This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is called to order. May we have roll call, please? Yes?
Present.
Present.
Here. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on our agenda, can everyone hear me okay? Next on our agenda is public comment. Be reminded that the public comment period or time should be limited to items over which the City Commission has supervision, control jurisdiction, and advisory power, as well as any agenda item further down in the agenda. You need to wait to discuss that at that time. So if you have other things that are not on the agenda, that this is the time to come up and give us your public comment. Please come on up and state your name, your address, and sign in. And you can sign in after. It might make it quicker.
Hey guys, I'm Kamran Taranchi, 223 South 5th Street. From energy audits, I just want to give you guys a summary on what we've accomplished with the city and the county. We've found recurrent savings. These are identified savings on your sheet, not what's actually been implemented, of $10,000, $500 in lighting savings annually, $4,600 from HVAC heating upgrades at the fairgrounds. That's all county. And then also the big, I think, item for the city that we found was a $55,000 rebate from energy efficiency equipment that was installed at the wastewater treatment plant, because everyone at the wastewater treatment plant decided to go for really energy efficient equipment. Northwestern can is going to be giving us quite a hefty rebate for that money. That was money that was unplanned for, so poof, it came out of nowhere. The good news is that we're working on putting that towards a solar project at the wastewater treatment plant, which will save us about $4,100 a year in energy. For context, that's about the system size will be about the system size that would power this whole building, which is only 2% of the energy that facility uses. So context for the size of the amount of energy. I spoke with Michael. I'm going to be coming back for a longer presentation on August 6th, because I know you guys have a huge meeting today. So thank you guys.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Kamran.
Good evening, commissioners. Again, this is probably my third attempt to come up here. Leslie Feigl, by the way, Livingston Chamber of Commerce, CVB, TBID, to speak about changing our permit for the city of Livingston for the film office. I've been recently contacted. We've had 3 commercials filmed. We have another one coming next month. We have one coming in August, and the permit needs to be changed. We need to adapt it. I've made multiple requests and emails and phone calls to sit down with the city manager, whose name is listed on the permit, to be able to do what the state of Montana is. Basically, when I sat down with the film office, they made some requests, and to basically have 2 style of permits. We are one of 2 cities in the state of Montana that has a permit to be able to film here. We have FWP's permit. We have the county's permit is all adequate, but the city, we need to make just a few adaptations. And again, the reason why I'm speaking on this is I'm the liaison for the film office of the state of Montana for the city of Livingston and Park County, as well as Rob Story for Paradise Valley. So I'm coming to you as commissioners. At this point, I'm getting nowhere. And this has been quite a few months, and I'm hoping to move forward as now we are receiving the 20%, well, actually, all over the board for any of our filming incentives to be able to film in our area now that the state has passed the new law. So hoping that you can help me out so that we can sit down and discuss this, maybe the right way that I'm should be addressing this. I just don't know what to do at this point. So I'm asking your help.
Can I ask a couple questions just
Absolutely.
for clarification? When you say they need to fix or they want us to fix, or who's they?
So the film office, Montana Office of Film, and basically, if you look at our permit the way it was, and apparently somewhere in January somebody made changes to it and moved it, and it's now under economic development versus, with the Department of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce and the Office of Tourism, which is our CVB, which is because it's tourism related. And the changes they're looking at are that you have a full production film, which requires closures of streets, closures of roads. You know that Lisa and I used to work together closely when it comes to a film needing to film downtown, closure of streets, working with the police department, and the list goes on. And that requires a longer form. So there's a few things that we should put on the current permit. And then the shorter permit would be for these non-closure style filming, where they carry the insurance policy. They're making us aware that they're going to be here, that maybe like this one that's coming, that they are going to be in the county, not the city, and they're going to be having the sheriff's department follow some of the bikers. So it's a REI commercial that's going to be filmed, and just to make sure that they're safe with cars going down East River Road. So there's like a shorter form that should be done. And they actually went through our permit and they made a bunch of changes. And we have some samples from other communities around the state and also around the United States.
So the Montana Film
Actually had their hands on our, right. They engaged with me on that. Yes.
I think that's okay. You answered a lot of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I
Thank
talk
you.
a lot.
Thank you, Leslie.
You're welcome.
Any other public comment?
Hi, Don Platic, 229 South Yellowstone. I've been up here several times over the past few years, community decay. So I would like to ask the city manager, what's the process to try to get community decay violation enforced?
It depends on the type of community decay you're talking about. If it's vehicles on the street, that's an easy one. If you're talking inside people's property, that's a different process. If you're talking inside people's homes, that's a completely different process. So if it's a simple unfunctioning vehicle, that can just be reported, that can be towed because it's on the public street. Once you're talking about property, people's private property on their private residence, that's an entirely different process. You have to, there's a higher threshold to prove that it's either a safety or health problem, and or you can go through the blight process, but that's a little bit longer.
So that's more of the city side of it. So a resident side, what's the process for a resident to say, hey, I think there's a violation of the community decay, which is basically all of chapter 19, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Sure.
What's that process?
You could send an email to, you can send an email to me would probably be the easiest way to do it.
Okay. It's proved to be ineffective so far. I won't give specific examples. I won't waste my 4 minutes on that, but I think you know what I'm referring to, Michael. So I've said this before, and I hate to do it in the public forum, but the duties of the city manager. Michael was the one that knew this the last time I asked the question. So you can go on the city's website and see it. It's Article 1, Section 2-1, Part D, duties of the city manager, enforce laws, ordinances, and resolutions. So it appears that it's a struggle to get those enforced. I think other community members have emailed the commission saying, hey, I'm struggling to get it enforced. What can we do? I'm just here what can be done about it. I'm asking commissioners. I mean, the city manager's accountable to you, and you're accountable to residents and I can give specific examples where it's not being done. So how do we get it corrected?
I would say a couple ways to communicate. I would communicate to your commissioners. I've never received, other
I have
than
never
some
given any, no.
from you and that I recall. And we all read our emails and our communications, calls we return. I would do that, as well as call the police department or call just the non-emergency number and report something there and to Michael and keep going and knowing your concern of, are you saying you are not feeling that you've had responses?
I have
or
followed
you're
that
not getting-
process, and even the process again decided in the code, which is if the code enforcement officer, if that position is not filled, it falls to the city zoning coordinator. And I've referenced them too and said, hey, here's what I think are violations. So I followed the process. If the process now is to email the commission, just make it public and say, email us and we'll follow up on it. But
And I would suggest you just email a commissioner or one or two of us versus the whole commission, because we, as a whole, then we are a different entity, as you know.
understood.
And I always recommend that to people, just communicate to your commissioner, choose one or two, and then talk to us.
Okay, thank you
okay.
very much.
Thank you, Don.
Can I just add something to that?
Please.
Because I have gotten, not from Dawn, but from other members of the community, people reaching out about various, I don't know if decay is the right word, but concerns about code enforcement. And so we've talked about this before at the commission. The non-emergency number is a great way to get it on the record. We have been down on staff, like Dawn mentioned. And I think that all of the things that have been brought to my attention, I think have been followed up on. And they're just at various stages depending on the situation, like Michael already presented, in terms of, is it public property? Is it private property? And navigating and being sensitive to all the individuals involved. So I just wanted to follow up that we have been following through, at least I have, and I think others have as well. And I think there is follow-up, and it's frustrating. I know that things go slower than any of us would like,
Right.
but
I
Good
also
point.
might add that there's also legal, sometimes they're in a legal process at that point where we can't, our hands are tied, but to be able to at least get back to the concerned party and say, legal action is being taken, so, but it's a communication thing and that we're working on it and trying to get it better, but we are short-staffed and doing the best we can. It can only get better. I don't think it can get worse.
Thank you. And could I give a comment of a good example that worked? There was a house, it was corner of like C and Clark. I don't remember the exact address. And I know I'd reported some of the other neighbors. It was a complete disaster. And I don't know how it got corrected. I assume the city took some kind of action. And you go now, that corner is, somebody bought the house, completely redid it. The corner is now completely different. It looks fantastic. Property values went up. It's good for the city. It's good for everyone. So I think it was like 226 South C Street or D Street. So I'll give kudos. I think it was Antelope Realty that sold it. There's a good example of if they do something, it has positive effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Last call, because sometimes people jump up right at the last second. No, not yet. It's later on. So I think you missed that, but I know quite a few people came in just after I stated this, so I'll state it again. We address the issue at hand in that resolution or in that public hearing versus during public comment. If it's further on in the agenda, that's when you address it. Okay, so if you have anything else other than what's on the agenda, this is the time to state it. Last call. All right. Commissioners, we have 4 consent items tonight. Do we have a motion from the commission on consent items A through D and or any that you'd like pulled for consideration?
I'd like to pull D for discussion. Brief, very
All
brief.
right. So A through, do you want to?
I'll second.
We have a motion on consent items A through C. Roll call, please. Yes,
Four?
Four.
Yes.
motion passes. So we have consent item D, application for special parking space, pulled for consideration. I think I'll pass it over to you. So because I don't know what you,
Well, I just, this is close to downtown. Is it consistent with residential down there? Having a designated spot for one person as opposed to a handicap. I don't know. Yeah, please, Mr.
yes,
Cardenas.
please, sorry. I was
So-
reading.
So we don't have a policy on where individuals can apply for a special parking spot. In this case, it is next to their residence. In this case, that residence happens to be on 3rd Street, so it is closer to the central business district.
Oh, they're not in the apartment complex or?
I think they are in the, I mean, but the spot itself's on 3rd Street, right?
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, but if, does it go back at, once that tenant leaves, or how do we?
Yeah, it is individually. So if that person leaves, it's not a general use handicap spot. It's for a specific person.
Do those have to be renewed on an annual basis, or? how's
We
that?
actually don't have a policy on that. There's nothing in the code that says where it needs
I'm
to be
just
reviewed.
concerned, once the person moves, and we don't know it, how do we?
Right. It's,
I mean, to like with any other, I suppose, in town too, so. Right,
Typically, if they move, they notify Public Works and we move it to the new location without going through the permit application. It's already been approved.
that's if they move in town. Obviously, they move out of town. If they
Right,
don't
yeah.
notify us, there could be a time period where,
that's the only,
Well, and generally, when we approve these spots, they're not apartments. They're usually houses.
right,
Which
Which
make it easy
makes it a little
to
easier to monitor.
enforce and monitor, so,
That's all, I'm just, if it's close to downtown, it is in the 2-hour parking parameters, or is that?
I don't think there's
not
not
in
2-hour
Third
parking
Street?
on
No,
3rd
it's not.
Street.
It's not.
No,
Okay.
there's nothing there.
this is the spot next to the apartment building
Yeah, right
on
here.
the, which we approved before. So is this switching to a different? This is already approved.
This one is not approved. I think that
Not to
one,
this person, but to another person.
yeah, I think that person's no longer there. So this is.
Okay.
Okay, so we have done it
All right.
in the past, probably at that spot. too.
Yeah, and it's already
'Cause it
painted.
kind of, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's painted, so.
Mhm.
Okay,
Probably gonna be something that just continues to happen.
right, move into that place and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I have no objection.
So it's already a blue curb. So it's already a handicap spot. They're just,
Unsigned, doesn't have a.
It's
sign.
not a handicap spot. It was there for a specific resident.
oh, okay.
That resident no longer has that spot. So this is an application for a different resident to take that spot.
But blue curb because similar circumstances.
Yes, because it just hasn't been undone since they left.
How long ago was that?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
That's okay.
When we first voted to approve, I think this is one of our newer ones. It was approved about, I'd say 2 years ago.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, I think it's about right, if not longer, but.
Yeah, because it being an apartment building was a little different and it being downtown. And so, or close to downtown. But it has already been approved for a past resident.
I remember that now that you bring
Mhm.
that up.
Yeah, and thanks, Shannon, for that info.
So, any other discussion? Do we have a motion from the commission on consent item D?
Make a motion to approve consent item D.
Second.
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Newts. Roll call, please. Yes?
Four?
Four.
Yes.
Motion passes. Hold on, I'm just doing a few things. Tonight, we have no proclamations and no scheduled public comments. We do have quite a few public hearings. I didn't count. 11. We have 11 public hearings. What we'll do is I will read, and since there's a lot of people here for a public hearing, I just want to go through the process quickly. So I will read the resolution. We will open the public hearing, or if there's anything to present, we'll have the presentation part of it, if it's from the city or others, and then we'll open the public hearing at that time. All right? So our first resolution tonight is resolution number 4861, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, increasing the fee for standby ambulance service rates. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all of the budget resolutions we addressed in the last meeting, so these are all second readings. This particular one is the standby fee for special events for the ambulance. So this is if they're required for a concert, a football game, anything that isn't a normal ambulance request. This is the fee for standby. We're increasing this to basically cover the costs that have increased as far as labor and operations go. So this just brings us up to current on what it costs for us to provide that service when organizations ask for ambulance standby.
And I do want to repeat before I open the hearing that this is, like he said, the second reading of the majority of these, and I'll state if it's the first or the second, because sometimes there's only one, sometimes there's two. And so I'll clarify that. Or sometimes we're in the first one and we still have a second one to go. All right. So any last things before I kind of switched around? All right. This public hearing is open on resolution number 4861. Any public comment? No public comment? This public hearing is closed. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Do I have a motion from the commission on resolution number 4861?
Second.
We have a motion by Maybe and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please. Yes?
Four.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next on our agenda, we have resolution number 4862, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, approving and adopting the final budget in the amount of $19,026,620 for the fiscal year beginning on July 1st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2020, FY20, and making appropriations and establishing spending limits and authorizing transfers of appropriations within the same fund. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is our overall budget resolution. This covers FY20 as it says. This does include the general fund, all of the special funds, all of the enterprise funds. This is the totality of everything that we are authorized to spend for FY20.
This is a second reading. This public hearing is now open for resolution number 4862. Please come on up. This public hearing is closed. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments? The only thing I would like to state for the public is that this is, I think, the fifth time that we have discussed this budget and or the part of this process. So it's a long process that we get information on months ahead of time and then get to this point. So sometimes at this last one, there's not as much comment from the commission. So do we have a motion or any more comments?
I'll just, I want to thank the finance department and staff for presenting this budget in a meaningful way where somebody like me can understand it. And that means a lot. It really does. Thank you.
Do we have a motion from the commission? on
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we pass resolution number 4862.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Schwartz. Roll call, please. Yes,
4.
4. Yes.
Yes.
motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4863, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, estimating the cost of maintaining lights and supplying electrical current to Special Improvement Lighting District Number 20 in the amount of $83,000 for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, and levying and assessing 100% of the estimated costs against every parcel of property within said district for that part of the cost which is accessible. Its accessible area bears to the accessible area of the district. Mr. Cardus. Oh, those are hard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this resolution, as you said, we've gone through this separately, but this one is specifically for maintaining lights. Both, and when we're talking lights, we're talking street lights. It's not lighting for any buildings. The budget includes the money for both replacement and maintenance of the current street lights, as well as the electricity needed to run the street lights. The city does own a portion of the street lights. Northwestern Energy owns a portion of the street lights. We pay them for maintenance and electricity of the lights they own. Additionally, there is some money in here for upgrades to more efficient LED streetlights. It includes both the new streetlights downtown and replacement of old lamps as they burn out. We're replacing them with new LED technology to reduce the overall cost.
Great. And this is the second reading. I will now open this public comment on resolution number 4863.
Be asking this question. Leslie Feigl, Livingston Chamber of Commerce. I was curious, what is that district? Do you have a map that shows that district and who would be within that district paying this?
Sure, the district's the entire limits of the city.
Okay, the entire city. So this is an increase to everybody. Do you know what per home that might break down to be?
As far as what increase are you talking about?
The that you're going to pass through to all of the residences within the district?
Well, the total cost is $83,000. I think that's within a few $1,000s of last year, so it's not much of a change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Don Platic, 229 South Yellowstone. Mike, I think the last meeting you missed some of these, but there were questions about the standard of lights. And that's the first time that came up about Northwestern owning them and the city owning some. So could they do whatever they wanted to with their lights?
Yeah, as far as they're concerned with the Northwestern Energy lights, yes, those are their lights.
So there is a chance that, one corner could have, and I don't know the layout of these lights, one corner could have who knows what on it, and another one could have something completely different.
Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. They do coordinate with us. We have meetings with them. They're not going to make any wholesale changes to their lights
Good.
in their near future. We're actually looking at trying to take over most of those lights. Right now we pay a flat rate for Northwestern Energy lights. We think we could probably do it cheaper if we can maintain them ourselves. But that's probably a longer process to be able to get through all of that.
So was there also going to be a standard? It wasn't seem to have an answer to it last time about what the coolness of the light, cool, warm, 'cause you'll see a
temperature?
wide variety of that as well.
I think it should be like the light temperature. Is that what you're talking about?
Mhm.
There is a pretty wide variety. Most of them are not. We're not looking at the higher temperatures. We're not looking at 5,000 Kelvin. Probably not as low as 2,500 Kelvin, which is what people consider soft white. So it's probably in between. It's probably between 3,000 and 4,000 Kelvin. But because the LED technology is changing so quickly, We don't have a current standard on that, but that is one of the things we're looking at to see if there's a consistent temperature of light or if we should vary temperatures by areas of the city, whether that's up on the hill if they need to be a different temperature because of they're going to produce more light to the sky than they do down here. Those are still kind of things that we need to work through, but just because that technology is pretty rapidly changing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? This public hearing is closed on resolution number 4863. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
My first thought, it's something we talked about a little bit last time. I think Lisa probably relayed information to you, Michael, but just thinking about as we transition to LED, making sure some of the concerns that Dawn just brought up, thinking about how that translates to LED and making sure that we're not offending the sky and offending people at night, because it can be a pretty dramatic shift. And if it might be a time for like Comron and you, if you have any suggestions on how we might need to update our ordinances, because I don't think they account for LED lights or night sky ordinances. If there's something we need to do as we make this shift, just to make sure we're still maintaining that, the values, that people find important for night sky as we transition.
Agreed as far as the work that we need to do on the night sky ordinance, which reflects on this. And I think the commission has spoken clearly that it is one of the ordinances that we feel needs to be addressed sooner than later. Any other comments, commissioners, questions? Do I have a motion on resolution number 4863?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 4863.
Second.
Motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please. Yes,
4.
4.
Yes.
motion passes. Next on our agenda, we have resolution number 4863, a resolution of the City Commission, or 64, sorry, resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, modifying Special Improvement Lighting District number 20 by, replacing streetlights and other aperture, that word.
You should have seen me massacre it last week.
Appurtenance wherein and to levy and assess 100% of the estimated costs of $66,600 for fiscal year 2019 to 2020 against every parcel of property within said district for that part of the cost which is accessible, its accessible area bears to the accessible area of the district and calling for a public hearing. Mr. Carters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the last resolution was maintenance and electricity supply. This one's the actual, as you would like to say, appurtenances. This is the actual fixtures themselves. So this is not just replacing a bulb. This is replacing the entire fixture. I would like to say, as far as LED lighting goes, one of the things it does offer us that traditional lighting doesn't is it can be much more directional. Obviously, with the LEDs, you can be very, very specific in how it's directed, looking for light trespass, those kind of things. It's much easier to do with an LED system than it is with a traditional system or halogen or any of the other systems. So this cost is for actual new fixtures. They're obviously on a replacement schedule. Most of this we will try and replace with LED, not only totally new fixtures, not just a bulb replacement.
So this public hearing is open on resolution number 4864. Any public comment?
Cliff Ingledew, 701 North 9th. And I understand and realize that things like this need to be taken care of and that we need to grow and upgrade. But I just wonder, I'm approaching my retirement years. I'm going to be on a fixed income. And when I see levy after levy after levy and proposal after proposal, and property taxes going up and sewer and water rates going up and electricity rates going up. Am I going to be able to afford to live here in 5 years from now? And I understand that things need to get taken care of, but I would ask the city and ask you as a governing body of the city to take those things into consideration and make sure that you understand that every single increase has an effect, especially on people my age and senior citizens that are on fixed incomes. And there's got to be a point somewhere where it reaches a point where we can't afford it. So please take that into consideration when you're making proposals and levies and asking the public to pay for these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Any other public comment? Come on up. Please come on up and state your name and address.
This is impromptu. I had not planned on speaking. I come from my name is Barbara Reed, and I live at 723 North 10th. And where I come from, sales tax is normal. Our sales tax where I came from was 6%. And, many places are higher than that, 10%, 12%. And we just accepted it as normal. And when people come here from out of state, they're just astounded that there's no sales tax. And we just accepted that 6% sales tax paid to fix the curbs, paid to repair the sewer, paid to repair the streets, paid to put up lighting. It was a normal part. But there wasn't just a slush fund. It was designated. There was a government process put into place where that 6% was designated for certain needs in the community, like repairing the sewer. And I mean, that would take the pressure off of homeowners. It would take the pressure off of our elderly senior citizens. But the sales tax was not on things like food, medicine, doctors. It was on more disposable income. And the clothing that I buy is out of the thrift store. This was $2. 6% on $2 is 12 cents. These pants cost $2. 6% on $2 is 12 cents. The total tax I paid on this outfit would have been 24 cents. That will break no one's budget. My car is a 30-year-old Subaru. I got $3,000. 6% on $3,000 is not the same as 6% on a $100,000 Humvee. It's a tax when it's set up properly does not injure poor people, and I would like you to consider that, please.
Thank you, Barbara. Barbara, do know that we can't make that decision. That's a state decision for sales tax in the state. And we have gone to them for other taxes.
Well, I'm
but-
brand new at this.
Yeah.
I'm not political. As a matter of fact, I don't like politics.
Well, neither do we.
Neither do we.
I do not like politics, but I'm here because I care about my community, and a person needs to start somewhere. And how can we implement change if we don't start somewhere? Actually, that is on my to-do list, to start contacting congressmen and senators.
And your local legislators, they're the ones that have a lot of impact on the state bringing the sales tax.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hard of hearing. I'm sorry.
Your local legislators,
Mhm.
they're the ones you should contact, because when they go to the legislature and start discussing that item, that is where it could really change.
Because too, a sales tax would also focus on tourists that come through, that use our infrastructure, our sewer, our water, our roads, our infrastructure, and they pay zero into our infrastructure. We subsidize all the hundreds of thousands of tourists that come through. The weight of the responsibility of that is all on the property owners and the local people's shoulders, and the tourists pay nothing except a little bit of lodging tax.
Yes, thank you.
Chair Hoagland, can we just respond very briefly to Barbara so she knows, since she's interested
Process or about,
about this specific
yes.
topic, that our commission was in full support of opening up a conversation so we could talk about a gateway option tax. And that's not to say that we wanted to tax, we wanted the ability to be able to have a community conversation about what that could look like, but it failed at the state level. So the full commission supported trying to work on something at the state level so that communities like ours could talk about exactly what you're proposing, but it failed during this last legislative cycle. So
Yeah.
just so you know that we hear you and we agree with you that we need to look for new
And I do,
solutions.
Barbara, I hate to shut you
Oh, okay,
down on
okay,
this,
okay.
but because we have to make a decision on an item, but please come to us during public comment in the future and state some of those things that you're concerned about. You're not the only one who has said it.
I first came in 81, so I am aware of the tax situation.
Yes. Yeah. Any other public comment on resolution number 4864? Do we have a motion from the commission on resolution number 4864?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I make a motion, we pass resolution 4864.
Second.
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please. Yes,
4.
4.
4.
Yes.
motion passes. And I'll repeat again, these are all second readings. And I'll clarify when that changes. Next on our agenda, we have resolution number 4865, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, increasing all rates for all customers of the City of Livingston's water system by 3%. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is this year's water fund budget. Driving factors in this year's water budget are replacement of some of the mains, the downtown project, as well as the main along Park Street that broke about 4 times this winter. That has been inoperable since the last break. That is on the list to try and get fixed this year. A 3% increase, depending on your water usage, will range somewhere between 37 cents to $1.12 a month if you use over 10,000 gallons. So that's the difference amount we're talking. The base rate will go from $12.39 to $12.76. If you're a mid-range user at 3,000 gallons a month, it'll go from $20.69 to $21.28, a difference of about 59 cents. So there's the chart depending on what your usage is. That's the difference per month. So a heavy user over 10,000 gallons, the difference will be about $13.44 a year.
Thank you. We will now open this public hearing on resolution number 4865. This hearing is open.
My name is Lee Stronczek. I live at 1208 Parkview Trail. And regarding the water, cost of water usage, I've wondered for quite a while, why on earth do you charge per 1,000 gallons? If I use 1,001 gallon, the way I understand it, I pay for 2,000 gallons. Why can't you have a pretty close, if not to the 100 gallons, or why not exact? I would think the technology for metering water should not be so crude as to charge me for water I'm not barely am using over the 1,000 gallons. I quite don't understand that. And also, I believe it encourages water waste. Because, if I use 1,001 gallons, why not use 1,900 gallons and be charged the same amount? So that's a real sticking point for me. So I'd like to know if anybody could answer why Livingston charges this 1,000 gallon increments. I mean, it just seems absurd to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Do you want to answer the process of how we read the water meter?
Sure. So it actually is the other way around. You can use up to 1,999 gallons and be charged for 1,000. So you actually are charged the opposite way. You don't get charged for 2,000 gallons until you use the 2,000th gallon. In general, you could take this down to a gallon if you wanted, but then it'd be a confusing rate and you'd have to calculate it per gallon. In general, what happens is you look at the last year's or the last month's rate. So if you use, let's say 1,999 gallons, if you use 1 gallon the next month, it round up. So you get charged for your total usage, so it doesn't encourage water waste, but you just get it charged in 1,000 increments. So it waits until you break that next 1,000 instrument before you get charged. So, but I think the important point for you is it's not that you use 1,001 gallons and get charged for 2,000. It's you can use up to 1999 and get charged for 1,000.
Any other public comment on resolution number 4865?
Yes, Cliff Ingledew, 701 North 9th. Back in January, this might be a little bit off topic, but in January, February, I had a leak in my duplex unit. And before I caught it, I had seen on the bill about 40,000 gallons of water that had spilled out onto the interior wall of the crawl space. And I went to the city and I asked them if they're to the city water department. I says, why isn't there something in place? This is a digital error. Why isn't there something in place that on the city side, they can't detect high usage such as that to notify the customer that something's wrong? Because this was at the time period when it was really cold, bitter cold. I didn't go down into the crawl space. I never heard the water leaking. And it went on for 2 months like that. The renter never reported it. I didn't notice any pressure drop in the water, but there was 30,000 gallons of water. And I apologize to the rest of the city for wasting that. But there should be something on the city side that they can detect and find those kinds of high usage like that, notify the customer before, a lot of it's wasted like that. I ended up paying over $400 on water that's in the bottom of my crawl space. So if you maybe take that into consideration or pass the word on to someone or whatever to see what we can do about getting that type of device, that would be great. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Cliff. Do you have any answers to that at this time? And I don't know if there's,
The simple answer is that capability doesn't exist in the current system. So we'd have to install either additional software or additional readers or additional, it would have to be upgraded
yeah.
at some cost. Yeah, it's one of the things we're looking at. We just don't have the funds to pay for it yet.
You know that timeline, Shannon? I recall seeing something about this, but I don't remember the year.
A base station that actually would read all of our residential commercial meters in real time is about $150,000 investment into that station. And then we're looking at $1 million to switch out all of the residential meters in town. Just the cost of the meters. Put 3,400 units out in addition to our commercial business. So the capability is out there. Unfortunately, the system that we had in place that was put in 15 years ago and it's nearing its useful life. So a considerable investment to upgrade our technology.
Thank you for that answer. Any other public comment on resolution number 4865? This public hearing is closed on resolution number 4865. Do we have any commissioner questions or comments?
I just want to hear that a replay of the response to Lee's question about the water metering. I feel like I understood it until you talked about the next billing cycle, and then something didn't click with that's where I got lost.
You almost need a whiteboard for that part of it. But what it does is it doesn't discard what you used over. So let's say you use 1,500 gallons. There's a reading. It says 43,000. When you go to your next one, that you only get charged for the first 1,000 gallons. But if that 500 remainder is still there, so you'll get charged for that 500 plus whatever you use the next month if you cross the 1,000 threshold. So it doesn't go away because your reading is still what it was.
So it's kind of like it rolls over into the
It's
next
kind of like it rolls over
billing
yes,
cycle. So it's
until it
getting
hits the next
closer,
1,000 increment.
and it's kind of getting closer to what he was asking for without spending the money
Right.
as a community to upgrade everything. Okay, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
but I could add to that. That's also why I see a fluctuation. You'll see a fluctuation sometimes in your bill. Why is it this much more? And then if you look at the actual usage, it all pencils out. But yeah, I've had to do that myself.
Yeah, I've called.
Yeah.
With
and
questions?
yeah, the only time I ever remember a city, checking on, water usage, and this is back where it came from, this resident wasn't using enough. They thought something's wrong with the meter. Well, she just happened to be Scotch. So that answered that question. The meter was fine. I yield.
Right. Any other commissioner questions or comments? Do we have a motion on resolution number 4865?
Motion to accept resolution 4865.
Second.
We have a motion by Newts and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please. Yes,
Or
4,
Four.
Yes.
motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4866, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, levying 100% of cost for street maintenance and improvements District Number 1 for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, levy and assess all properties within the district. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the street maintenance district or street maintenance improvement district, just like the electrical district or the streetlight districts are the entire city. So this is levied upon all properties inside the city. It's based on parcel size. So you're taxed based on how big your parcel is. And it is the cost of all street maintenance for the coming year, at least our projected expenditure. So that includes builds, repairs, street sweeping, chip sealing, alley grading. It covers the entire gamut of all street maintenance, snow removal.
This public hearing for resolution number 4866 is now open. Any public comment?
Leslie Feigl, Livingston Chamber of Commerce. I guess my question is so we're going to look at it over this year, and then the assessment's going to hit the parcels next year? That's a question.
No, the budget that is proposed will be assessed this year. If there's leftover funds, then they get rolled into the street fund for the next year, and you don't have to assess as much.
Did I miss that budget? What is that budget number for this?
It's roughly $1 million. It's a
So
little
what
over
is
$1
that
million.
per each parcel?
It
approximation?
varies by the size of each parcel.
Just on average?
On average, $1 million over 73. It's somewhere between $200 and $400, depending on your size of your parcel. Per year, yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, we can't talk from the public. If you have something to say other than the answers coming from staff like Shannon. But if you have something to say, you have to come up to the podium and state your name, address. Anyone else have something to say?
Gary Carlin, 727 North 10th Street. My home's a new build, about 6-7 months old. When the utilities came and tore up the street, it was never repaired. So now it's just potholes. Shouldn't I expect the same level of maintenance if I'm paying the same in taxes? I don't know who to go to. I've gone to the city and down at the city building, and nobody's helping me.
Mr. Curtis.
They just told me that it's up to the utilities, but nobody followed up with it, so it's just going to fall through the cracks. Well, I pay taxes just like everyone here does, and I expect the same level of maintenance.
So the responsibility isn't the utilities, it's the developer.
But if it's a developer, then somebody should have followed up with a developer. I mean, you know, and this is off subject a little bit, but my home, the duct work, half of it wasn't even hooked up. So the city inspector never cut that. We were wondering why the house was so cold and using so much gas. Well, that's why. It just, there's a lot of things falling through the cracks.
That's inspections of that type aren't the city's responsibility. Those should have been your builder.
Okay, so there's no city inspector that,
There's a city building inspector. We look at fire code. We don't do a full inspection of your home to ensure that the builder built it according.
okay, I got off subject there, but getting back to street maintenance. Who do I go to then?
Who did you go to?
I went to Jim. I went to, I can't remember her name. When you go in the building first to the left, I found the gal sitting there. Yeah, there you go. About 6 weeks ago and about 2 weeks ago. And I don't think I should have to go anymore.
You probably won't, but we have to, it takes a while because we are going to have to find the developer. We're going to have to talk, or if it depends on who did the street cut. So we'll have to find out who had the street cut permit.
So what's happened though is over the last month since they were upgrading the streets, they just bypassed our street. And it's like the way the ground is contoured, everything just flows down because it's all potholes. You know, I'm driving through.
Oh, it's
them
not a
every
paved
day.
street?
They didn't pave it.
They
is
didn't
what
pave
you're
it.
saying.
They haven't even graded
Oh,
it.
okay.
They haven't even graded when they were out doing all the roads, the dirt, the gravel
Right.
roads.
I know the grading is not done yet. We are still going through the grading
Our
schedule.
neighborhood's done. I mean, they even did the alleyway, which caused another disaster, but I just think that
It-
it's everyone should do the same level.
Gary, thank you, and thank you for bringing up that concern. And like I stated before, always contact your commissioner as well. There's 5 of us right here. So do we have any other, I lost our number here, 4866. Do we have any public?
Cliff Ingledew, 701 North 9th. Not to beat a dead horse, but again, with all of these increases in property taxes and levies, it gets harder and harder. I make $1.50 an hour more now than I did 25 years ago. And at my age, 59, just turned 59, the chances of me making any more than what I make right now is pretty slim. So as each one of these increases passes, I cringe because it makes a huger impact on the money that's going to come out of my retirement to try to make a living, to try to stay here in this city, which I would like to do. But if it gets to that point where I can't afford the property taxes, I'll be forced to move somewhere else that's cheaper. So please, again, as a governing body, keep that in mind as you're passing these resolutions. And it all affects all of us that are in this room that pay property taxes and live and work here. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Michael, could you answer quickly, what was the increase in the budget for, or did it stay the same? I feel like this was something that stayed relatively. Yeah, thank you. Cliff, did you hear that? So in the street assessment, in the street district, or however it's stated, there was 0% increase. We stayed at the same budget, so it didn't go up, if that helps
With
alleviate your concern a bit.
both light.
In
lighting and
both
street.
lighting and street maintenance. Although sometimes things go up, and you're right. Any other public comment on resolution number 4866? This public hearing is closed. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I would like to make one comment, just generally speaking. I am taxpayer too, and I do take that in mind. And I'm not a wealthy person at all. So just because I'm sitting up here doesn't mean I'm not paying the same thing everybody else is. So believe me, I do take it in mind, and I do take, the responsibility very seriously. So thank you.
I do have one question, and I know we've talked about this before, and I think I've asked this question, and I forgot the answer at this moment. But when they do the assessment of the property, it's done by foot, square, or footed front of the property. But how do we assess the property?
For street
square-
maintenance?
Yeah, for me.
For street maintenance is square footage of the lot.
Okay. And so that's right. And some people talked about why aren't we doing it according to just the front of the property along the street? And then if you had a corner lot, would you be double? Yes. That's been a while since we had that conversation, but so it's per square footage. All right. Any other commissioner comments? So do we have a motion for resolution number 4866?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I make a motion, we pass resolution 4866.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Schwartz. Roll call, please. Yes?
4.
4.
Or
Motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4867, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, increasing the rate for collection and disposal of solid waste in the amount of $2 per month per residential customer to become effective July 2019 and calling for a public hearing. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is for solid waste collection and disposal. This will be $2 per month per resident. The driver and cost increase in this one has been the fact that we haven't increased this cost over several years. The cost of the transfer station to actually move the solid waste out of Park County into the current landfill that we send it to in up near Great Falls has gone up each year. So this catches us up with that. It also allows us to cover some of the cost of the green waste program, right, which now is provided at no cost to residents that have the green cans. There also is the green waste that's coming over the scale. I think, was this a record year again for green waste, Shannon? Yeah, so it's another record year for green waste. In fact, we chipped green waste down to 0 in October. We just had to do it again from the amount of green waste that came in. So that's about $16,000 to $17,000 a time for that. And then we also have to haul a lot of it up to the Swingley Road location because we don't have space to keep it at our current the public works facility that we have. So this will cover some of those costs. I think that is the main drivers for that is the green waste and the increase in disposal costs that have not been passed on to the customers to this point.
This public hearing on resolution number 4867 is now open. Please come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Hi, James.
James Bennett, 608 Comet. Just a couple questions. I wasn't planning to comment on this, but are we only raising it to residentials, not the business? Is that what I was hearing in the resolution?
Michael? Yes.
Okay. And are we still using green waste for our composting system?
Currently, we have about 6 years worth of compost. Green waste is where we stand in stockpile. So yes, but we don't need nearly what we take in each year.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And what was the reasoning behind not increasing it to the commercial users?
Please.
The commercial users are already paying a much higher rate than residential users. Additionally, they're charged by volume, they're charged by weight. So they're also charged by the amount that they dispose. So they're already paying a larger share of the costs associated with that.
Okay. So I remember when I was on the commission, I remember it was kind of reversed, that the residential customer was bearing the lion's share. Is that switched over the years?
It has changed over the years, mainly due to volume.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Any other public comment?
Daniel Berquist, 432 5th Street. What's the reason behind shipping the garbage to Great Falls? Is there not a dump closer?
So there isn't a landfill in Park County. We don't have one
So-
currently. The Republic is our provider for this. It was Montana Waste Systems. They were bought out by Republic. That is actually one of the things we're looking at. We could send it to Logan, but right now we don't have a provider that can do that. So we will look long-term at either sending it to Logan or over to Billings. But when it was first established, this contract was the cheapest, was to send it to Great Falls.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel.
My name's Elizabeth Elder. I've called.
Speak into the mic, please.
I've called a number of times to see if I could get a smaller dumpster. I fill my dumpster once every 3 weeks. And it seems to me when you're paying to send something to a landfill, you might want to consider everywhere in the country I've lived, they have dumpsters this big. And that's because you recycle. And those two things seem to be something that you'd want to encourage. So that's one. And two is whenever I go by the national park dumpsters, I see business people dumping things. See all sorts of people dumping things there that aren't park goers. So this is a big issue. In fact, I actually used to work in solid waste, and I know it's a very lucrative. But I hope that there's a little bit more consideration of different ways rather than just raise the fee and ship it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I would like to also just comment on that, Elizabeth, that it is an issue I know we've talked about over and over again on trying to make it better. And I feel as the time I've been on the commission, I've watched a lot of progress towards, for our really small community, towards for better solutions toward solid waste. Because it used to be our deficit fund, and now we're not in the red, we're in the black, and that was a big step. It took a long time. Thank you, James Bennett, for being part of that. Yes. Any other public comments on resolution number 4867? All right. This public hearing is closed on 4867. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I just want to follow up that we talked a little bit about this, or a lot about this, the last reading. And I think it would be, in Paige in finance was a great resource, laying out the realities of changing how we do things. But I think it might be interesting and worth our time as a community to talk about some of the options that might be viable, both with different container size, like paying actually, because what Elizabeth brought up was brought up to us the last reading as well. And the green waste, like everyone pays for it, but not everybody uses it. So thinking, do we need to rethink how we do that? Is there a way that's better financially, and also encouraging people to compost their own green waste as opposed to paying city staff to manage it for them? There might be, if people knew that that was an option, to keep it and do it themselves as opposed to sending it off to Public Works to deal with and save money. I think it's something worth revisiting before the next budget cycle comes around, assuming that that hasn't been done in depth for a while.
Yeah, it's been about, well, I feel like it's ongoing, but definitely it's been a year or 2 years since we've had more focus or hyper focus on it. I don't think it's a bad idea how we can help the city and the community with this issue and keep the cost at a reasonable price so we stay in the black. Yeah.
One quick comment.
Thank you.
And the most important thing is keeping that green waste out of the blue cans as well, because that adds to our tonnage and stuff like that, which drives up cost as well. But yeah, we are looking at ways to encourage, composting at home and stuff like that. And like to see more conversations about that as we move forward and reduce our solid waste all the way around. Thank you.
Madam Chair. I want to thank everybody for coming. We usually don't have this kind of a response to our meetings. But I'd like to make a suggestion for the future. We have budget meetings and they're advertised throughout the year. And when we do the budget, we don't have anybody in the audience. So I am really, it would be great if we had this kind of crowd while we're going through the budget. And it's, this is after all the things that we've gone through and all the things we've heard. And it's great to hear these comments, but in the future, when we do advertise budget that we're going through, that's what we'd love to hear you. I mean, it would be perfect. So, because all these comments are tremendous. And one thing I'm not hearing, I'm on Social Security. The program is dead. And the reason it's dead is if you don't get an increase in Social Security, you never make it up in a lifetime. And I understand exactly where you folks are in some of these situations. And I don't hear enough comment either at the local level or federal level or anything about the Social Security program, in which we've paid into all my life. And when that program doesn't respond with some kind of an increase, it really hurts. So I understand exactly where you are. But I don't hear the hue and cry from a lot of seniors about the Social Security program. So that's another issue. But please think in the future, when we advertise for the budget and we have our finance person here, and we've got everybody, that's would be a great time to have these discussions. And we appreciate it now. But think in the future, when you see the advertisement, that's when we'd love to see you. I yield.
Thank you, Mel. Any other public or commissioner comments? All right. Do we have a motion on resolution number 4867?
I move we accept 4867.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Maybe and a second by Schwartz. Roll call, please. Yes.
4.
4.
4.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4868, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, establishing a recycling fee to be part of the solid waste fee for all customers of the City of Livingston solid waste system. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this recycling fee is related specifically to glass recycling. The city has, in fact, this city is the only city to accept glass recycling in all of Montana. It has, over the past years, not been recycling it, but been stockpiling it. We have been able to use it in some projects as fill, but in general, it has just been stockpiled in our public works facility. We now have a contract with Four Corners out of Bozeman that they actually are going to recycle glass. This fee will cover the cost that will incur to the city to have that glass pulled, shipped to Bozeman, and then the recycling fees. So this is specifically to begin actually recycling the glass instead of just accepting the glass.
Thank you, Mr. Cardus. We'll open this public hearing on resolution number 4868. Any public comment on resolution number 4868?
Daniel Berquist, 432 Fifth Street. I was curious, where does it go after it leaves Bozeman?
I think almost all of it goes to Salt Lake City. I think they recycle it in Salt Lake City in Utah.
Okay. Another question. So at the beginning of all the meetings, we talk about our regional and federal issues. Isn't this more of a regional issue?
It could be. In this case, the city of Livingston, and I'm not sure when, decided to accept glass for recycling. And so since there is no regional recycling authority or the state doesn't have a policy on it, it's up to us as a community to decide whether or not we're going to recycle glass.
Because I guess my question is like, we choose not to use glass. So why wouldn't that just be the the mindset, you know, instead of raising everyone's taxes? I mean, it just
can't
seems like
speak
it
to-
seems like it's a regional problem, and we're just pissing away money to feel good.
Yeah. So
When I took pictures, it's all like fancy drinks and stuff.
Can you repeat that in the microphone so everybody can hear it?
It's
The response from Shannon?
yeah, the number was that we receive about 5 tons. Is that right, Shannon? 5 tons of glass a week.
I'm just curious, like, you know, are we going to say no to any tax increase on this evening? I mean, I'm just asking. Or are we just burning everyone's money? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment?
Kemp O'Neill, 620 North 9th. In the past, we weren't charging for glass because we had our grinder and we were trying to recycle it ourselves. Are we still not charging for glass?
Michael?
As far as receiving it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've never charged for any of our recyclables.
Well, something from the contractor that goes in and out of that facility all the time that I see is they do charge at Logan. So you got the bar owners from Bozeman. I see them there dumping glass, and we're paying to dispose of their glass. So you need to start looking at what to do on the scale as to where do you live? Do you even belong in our facility? Because 5 tons a week could be half of that is coming from over the hill.
So as far as glass is concerned, well, all recyclables are concerned. It's all prior to the scale. No one has to go through the facility to drop off recyclables. And all recycling is also
But
a
the
countywide
glass is something
service.
you better be looking at because I'll bet you half of it is coming from over the hill. I see the bar owners that I know in Bozeman dumping the glass on us because if they haul it to Logan, they have to pay for it.
The only way
And I
to,
can't believe that nobody in the facility has actually ever said, he's got a bar in Bozeman. What the hell's he doing here?
there isn't any,
But once it's dumped on us, it's our responsibility and you're asking us for tax money for it.
so there are no employees that are monitoring the recycling.
Maybe the glass needs to be inside where it is monitored.
If glass is inside where it's
You know,
monitored,
management is management. You have to kind of think ahead of what's going on.
sure, that's an additional,
It's not rocket science. Shit, I've watched it go on since the transfer opened.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
thank you. Go ahead and answer, Michael.
sure. If, those are all solutions. They all cost money. If you want to put it inside and you want people to go across the scale, that's going to take staff time. So it's going to be,
People already paid sitting at the scale. Right across, right to the glass. If they can show their
sure.
ID
That will
where they
also
live,
limit the hours that people can drop off glass. So you'll have fewer hours.
one of your problems you have, but when they're open, they're open. You can't get to the recycling when it's closed, can you?
Actually, yes, that's one of the things we're working towards is to
You're
be,
working towards, but I can't, if I go out there right now, I can't get to it, can I?
I think there are times you can't,
Okay.
depending on the time of day.
Let's,
And depending
Camp,
on if somebody forgot to lock the gate.
Camp, I get your concern on this issue. Let's have that as a discussion item. As we just stated a moment ago, that we do feel like solid waste and the issue of recycling has been on the commission and the community's minds for a long time. And the issue is very important to a lot of people. At one point, it was probably the number one issue for most people and, or for a lot of the community. So your points and everyone's concerns are very valid. But we have to weigh. Do we want opportunity or do we want opportunities to recycle? Do we not? Do we want to have higher amounts going to the landfill or not? You know, there's all kinds of questions. So I appreciate the feedback. And on this issue, we are focused on the glass Sometimes we get a little sidetracked, and if I have to rein it back in, I will. But I think everyone's concerns are very, very important, and we'll keep communicating on this and work towards a solution. And we've worked pretty hard over the years, and I think it's a lot better than it used to be. We are still open with our public hearing on this issue. So do we have any other public comment? All right. This public hearing on resolution number 4868 is now closed. Commissioners, anyone have a comment? Go ahead.
I'm not positive about this, but pretty sure Bozeman's taking glass again.
They are.
Okay, so that should take care of that issue. All right, that's all I had.
I think Bozeman is accepting glass, but they're charging.
Well, yeah, but yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Any other commissioner comments on this?
Mhm.
Melissa?
I just wanted to address one of the ideas that came up in public comment about, is it a regional issue? First of all, I think this conversation is great, really dynamic, and lots of ideas coming out of our community. But is it a regional issue? I think, yeah, obviously it's I think that's accurate that it's a regional issue. And I think it's a local issue also. I think it's both. Because if we're charged, like you brought up earlier about green waste getting charged by the ton, if we're getting charged by the ton with glass, and we know we're literally getting like 5 tons a week, the rates are still going to go up. If the glass isn't being recycled, it's going to be going to solid waste, and we'll have to pay more either way for glass. So I think, and also if we don't do anything and we just stockpile it, it's a local issue because we have literally, I'm sure Shannon knows the number, hundreds, thousands of tons of glass somewhere, 400 tons of glass stockpile. I have a picture on my phone, commissioners, I can show you later. He showed me today. It's pretty impressive pile of glass. So I think it's still a local issue because now we have 400 tons of glass we have to figure out what to do with as a community. So I think it's valid to think of it as a regional issue, but also a local issue, and how are we going to deal with it, and what's going to save us money, which of these options. And I'm guessing Michael has probably run some numbers on how much it costs recycling versus solid waste. And so if you have any of that off the top of your head that you feel like sharing, I would welcome it. And also I want to think, I don't know whose idea it was to stockpile it and think creatively in the past and explore different ways to use glass in our community. This started long before I was here. I think that's really important, and it's great that we have people thinking in innovative ways and creatively how to deal with this glass issue. So thanks to whatever commission that was that has been working on this issue for so long.
Any other commission comments? Regarding any of the solid waste and recycling issues that we deal with, I personally feel very passionate about this issue. I see it's not just an environmental issue or like a tree hugger issue. It's also about finances and how we fund getting rid of our garbage and what we use every day. So I think it's I think it was Daniel, you said that you choose to not use glass. I'm a huge recycler, and I use I would say very little glass goes into my little recycle bin, which is glass only. I sort. I do everything. And I still do want it dealt with when I do have to put in glass, which I'd prefer over plastic, but not over cans. So there's always this kind of thing you walk through. But I get the concerns that people have. on this issue, and I get the concerns on increases. And I think it is beyond regional. I think this is a national issue that we should deal with. Just a note, I was in Oregon. I was on the beach and I saw this little bright spot of green, and I went over to it, and it was a bottle from Japan. And I couldn't believe it. It was a Japanese plastic bottle, and I was in Oregon. So it came all across the Atlantic. And so this is an issue that's for all of us to deal with. And I think, like we had just stated earlier, that we will do something in the near future to bring this back to the commission, so that we can even address this more as far as fees and solid waste and everything that and the recycling that we have to do in this community to deal with our garbage. So I see only good things happening in the future with it. Any other commissioner comments?
No.
Oh, I don't have to, I have to get a motion. Do I have a motion on resolution number 4868?
Make a motion, we accept resolution 4868.
Second.
We have a motion by Newts and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please. Yes?
4,
4,
4.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4869, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, change the name of Elm Lane within the Brookstone subdivision to Brookline Street. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the second reading of this. This is for the new Brookstone subdivision. There is a portion of the street, I think they're going to bring it up, that currently runs into Elm. However, the addressing, which is in the county, is the 100 block of Elm north of the subdivision. So since we can't go to negative numbers on Elm Street, we're going to change that name to Brookline so that we can address that properly.
So the L shaped, it will be Brookline on both coming to,
So just the north-south part that runs into Elm. I don't know, does it wrap all the way around, Jim? No. So just the straight vertical part on this map.
and what's the other little section?
Brookstone. So
Oh,
Brookline and
Brookstone
Brookstone.
Brookline.
Yes.
Okay. Check. This public hearing for resolution number 4869 is now open. Any public comment? I picked up
Gary
the
Carlin,
gavel.
727 North 10th. I'm a retired postmaster of Livingston. I'm just hoping that someone's contacted the post office with rural addressing that even though there's no residences there, in the automated world today, it still is going to read it as Elm Street unless someone gets together with the post office. Just a thought.
How does that, when we change something, which we have, like Elpin Glow, added the name?
I don't think, has this one even been added to the postal service yet, Jim? Do they know this one exists yet? So
Okay.
it'll go
Go
through the
through
standard
there, yeah.
process. Yeah.
So they are informed at that time. Okay. Any other public comment? This public hearing on resolution number 4869 is now closed. Commissioners, any comments?
Doesn't anybody really want negative street addresses? There's no call for that. It'd be kind of fun, right? Just kidding. Really confusing. It'd be the first.
Do we have a motion on resolution number 4869?
Yeah, Madam Chair, make a motion, we pass resolution 4869.
Second.
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please. Yes?
4,
4,
4.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have an ordinance public hearing ordinance number 2079, and this is the first reading, establishing 1-hour parking at Granite Sports Medicine. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is located between Clark and Geyser on Main. This was a result of some configuration changes with the downtown street projects. They're going to lose some of the entrances that they had to their existing off-street parking. There are going to be new curb parking spaces. So to help accommodate with their patients, that's going to be, if passed, will be designated 1-hour parking.
I open this public hearing on ordinance number 2079. This is the first reading reminder. Do we have any public comment? This public hearing is closed. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on ordinance number 2079?
This is going to be effective 24 hours. Is that the norm for this type of parking regulation?
It's,
Go ahead.
it depends. It's looked at for each particular one. I think for this one, looking for that, just with the hours on it.
9 to 5.
Yeah, I think this is limited to their business hours of 9 to 5.
Same as regular downtown parking then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? Questions? It is a first reading, so if we do on the next time around.
I need to make a correction here because finally to pull it up. It does designate a reserved parking zone for Grant Sports for 24 hours per day, 365 days per year.
Where do you see that? I was just.
Page 63.
D, page 63, bottom of 63.
Yeah, that'll be changed to 9
Yeah,
to 5. We
that-
can correct that.
That's why it's lined out?
Yeah.
The way it is?
That's
Okay.
why it's
There you
highlighted.
go.
Good enough?
Where are you?
Up in the heading.
The second whereas.
Okay, what's the problem with that? Oh, you mean the writing or the correct English?
language.
Okay. This is a first reading. We'll fix all this. Great. Any other questions, commissioners? Do we have a motion? I'm trying to remember. I've lost my, do we need a motion on this first reading? Yes, to move it forward.
To move it
Yes.
forward.
Can't remember. Do we have a motion from the commission on ordinance number 2079?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2079.
Second.
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please. Yes.
4.
4.
4.
4.
Motion passes. Well, next on our agenda, I think, is the big issue that most of you are here to discuss. So we are actually going to take a quick bathroom break because we would hate to take one mid
Yes, I will.
discussion. Yes. So we will take, how many minutes, 5 or 10? 10? Because usually it takes a while for everyone to get through. So we have a
that'd be a
10-minute
while.
break before we address item K.
Thank you.
I'll give Matt
No,
a
I've been
chance to
drinking some
hook up too.
blood.
Is this another?
Check the Cubs for Cincinnati. So we'll get beat up on that.
Oh, my God.
I have a green can. I live in. I'm the only one I know about.
2,000 signatures and nothing happens. I'm just saying.
You guys can help back.
Sounds like some people in the back might be having.
I don't know if they could hear that on.
Probably just talk closer to the mics.
While you might not ever throw it, but it doesn't mean that it's not an issue that we should address as a community. So I think we're all gonna pay for it, we should. But then if we can't get any more green, then it doesn't become a community. And we added some, that we did a little site.
It's probably actually going to be less likely we're going to get more of them just because of the growth of the actual solid waste routes.
So
We're excited. The RLF applications are out to all the lenders.
somehow
The next month, they're gonna start actively marketing that.
next to somebody one day talking about it.
Yeah. But I'm on the agenda after. Wish me luck.
Sometime Thursday with the trash.
I've not heard back.
I'd have to check on it. I don't know if it's because it's the only one up there and they're not running a green waste
Well,
route
it
up there.
could be. It could be.
Depending on who dropped it off, they may not even know it's there. May not be on the green can route.
Mine is.
Well, I just, there's a few things, you know, I want to have every, about 3,500 bucks. But, you know, some work together to plan to make sure the funding is there every year. Well, I might. Oh, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, when they let you know, I didn't put the name together.
Yeah.
Well, they called us because yeah, like I have not received anything in that area, so I'll go down and talk to you. What's up? It's one of those that like yeah, that's what it is. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes. Either way, yes, well, the possible to gas. Yes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, somebody mentioned.
Are you talking about our?
They closed it, yeah.
They closed it. I live, that's my alley, and they didn't tell us.
That's our just, if we could.
They told us.
Not part of the same. I want to know this is a different. This is where we're worked with this on. Original thing was like. The main part of the usage.
The gravel sucks back there, just so you know. They did not do a good job. So like it was bad before, but now it's. Are you painting your own house?
Yes. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks.
We live really close.
Yeah. I'll let you just run on the front lawn. Yeah.
Have you seen my front lawn?
No, these are lead paint chips.
On your
yeah, I'm cleaning it up, but it's one of those that like until I get the final scrape.
What are you doing? Are you scraping?
All around all the windows.
Oh, the white.
Yeah. So the front you can't see it on anymore. It's scraping them. But like walk down the alley and look close at the windows on the side. And you're 115 years old. Every year you just paint the alley amount that it's chipping and peeling.
How long do you usually take you?
4 years.
To finish painting it?
Yeah, because my desire is to do like one.
Especially about the rain.
Yep, 1 quarter a year. And
I
I'll be
thought you
happy.
meant don't let them run in my front yard. Have you seen our front yard?
No, I haven't.
We have the yard with like the really tall sunflowers.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
all garden. That's our front
Oh,
yard.
nice.
We like get run, but they're not getting anywhere. It's like
Oh,
the
yeah.
plants.
No, in my front yard, you don't. Don't want kids eating anything out there right now.
Our dogs sometimes walk.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Bartolo's your dog.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you? I know. I see you driving by anyway. That's right. Yeah, we talked. Yeah, we did talk on the phone. Yeah, it's going to be.
Faith, Faith mentioned that people can't hear for some reason. Maybe pull yours closer. I don't know if it's online or what.
Oh,
We need people to talk to
Faith.
microphones more because not everybody can hear.
Okay, Faith. Faith.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
I mean, I can hear Mel.
You
Yeah,
mean
see,
in the public as well?
I think it's back there too.
What couldn't they hear? Well,
You, anybody?
any of us? Back here or on the, okay. Because they're,
Can you hear me from here? So yeah, you almost have to be up there. Let's take our seats. Testing.
please take your seats. We're ready to start or reconvene. So we have had some comments on people not being able to hear. Are you guys all able to hear me? As well as when you speak into the microphone, make sure you are standing close enough to it as well. These are a little better for sound than that one at this time, but please remind us if you can't hear so that everyone has access. So next on our agenda, we have a public hearing for Northtown zoning change request from R2 to R3. I'm going to state the steps that we're going to take tonight, which this is normal. This is what we do, but a lot of you are here and curious about this issue, so I want you to know the steps that we will take. And the first step is that the process that has already been gone through or done before tonight will be restated by the city, the steps that were taken to get to this moment right now. And then we will have a presentation from from those making the request. Then we will open the public hearing. And then we're going to move the commissioner comments to the ordinance discussion, which is the next discussion item. And then that's when we will bring it to a vote. This is the first and only reading versus some things have 2 readings. Did I miss anything? Anyone? Did I miss anything?
You did mention the public comment will be done at this, after the presentation by
Right.
the developer.
And we have, as usual, we have our time limit. We also suggest that when you do make public comment or during the public hearing, one thing that does happen, and you do have your right to state what you need to state, but sometimes that the same comment is said over and over again, and it sometimes can be said very quickly, that something like, I agree with so-and-so saying this, and that, I mean, in reality, we could be here for, 6 hours or more. So just keep it in mind, but you are always given the right to your public comment during that 4 minutes.
Chairwoman. And then the written submissions, you have a plan to address those as well.
Do you,
at the end.
Melissa, go ahead and why don't you state that quickly for the public as well?
We also have written comments that we need to include in the record that we got via email. And so it sounds like Chair Hoagland has a plan to incorporate those after, your plan was after the verbal comments, I think, just to not be redundant.
Right, and if someone who submitted a comment, but then also stands up to speak, then they're getting double what everyone else would. So we take the standing up to speak as the public comment versus the written. If I made that clear. And some things I just do want to say that we received very late, like minutes before the commission meeting, and those are impossible for us to get. Even within, we had an 11 or 12 page document sent to us at 4 or 4:30, and that's hard to get to for the commission. So I want you guys to understand that too, that it's almost impossible for us as working members of the community as well to get to all of that if it's at a late date. But right, so let's start the process with Mr. Cardus telling us, please, what the city and the process that the city and the zoning board have taken at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant in May presented to the zoning commission an application to change the zoning from R2 to R3 on a 5.6 acre portion of the property, which you can see currently on the screen highlighted in yellow in the center of the screen there, where above it outlined in black is the rest of the development referred to as Northtown. So the Northtown developers were the applicants. They're requesting this change from R2 to R3. That would allow the construction of fourplexes versus duplexes, which was the stated desire. The zoning commission held a public hearing on this issue. They went through the staff report. They approved the finding of fact as it is in the agenda. They went through the state code for determining rezoning, which is referred to as a low test for a legal case that was in Missoula. They went through all of the questions. Their answers were provided to you. And at the end of the zoning commission meeting, the zoning commission voted to recommend to the city commission approval of a zone change from R2 to R3. Upon that approval, then the applicant is scheduled to come before you. And at this time, the applicant can give their presentation, and then we'll go on to the public hearing from there.
Can I ask a question of clarification?
Sure.
So when the applicant applies and submits their application, can you tell us the timeline and that period of time that's required? And I know it's Montana law, there's a time period of it having to be brought to the various entities. What is that?
It's usually 60 days. In fact, it might be shorter than that. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. But in this case, the applicant had agreed to extend that time frame as we were reconstituting the zoning commission at the time. So this is actually an extended time frame that the applicants agreed to. So we're outside the requirements of the code, but there is a provision that since the applicant agreed to that we're still within the requirements. The one thing I didn't mention is during the protest period, we did receive enough protests to require this to be a supermajority vote of the commission. So for tonight with 5 commissioners, that would require a 4-vote majority to pass the issue.
Any other clarifications? Okay. Thank you. So next, we have our presentation from the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, members of the City Commission. My name is Bill Mullenfeld. I am one of the developers for the Northtown development, which even today is Livingston's largest development ever. I'm going to do a brief presentation, and then my partner, Matt Four, over here, is going to walk you through some exhibits. Matt and I have developed approximately, not together every time, but approximately 18 different developments in the Bozeman area. So we're well experienced at this. We know what we're doing. I thought I'd give you a quick wrap up or progress report of where we are so far. We had our first phases approved by the City Commission and the Planning Board. And we had phases 1, 2, and 3 approved. Phase 1 was 16 homes, and that sold out within 3 or 4 weeks. Phase 2, we are currently putting the infrastructure in, which includes a new water line coming up from Summit Street and circling around Scenic Drive, and that is underway. We have 18 home sites in the second phase ready to go, and we've got 4 of those sold. This is pretty straightforward tonight, actually. I think we're here to request a zone change. I want to compliment both city staff and the zoning board for their work. You know, the City Commission appoints these people to do the heavy lifting for them, and they do. They went through everything, in our case, twice, once 2 years ago, and again this time around. And everything was quite consistent. We received 2 staff approvals in 2017, 16, and this year, 2019, with no conditions. In 2017, what was then the Planning and Zoning Board approved our request with a 5-0 vote. This year, just a couple months ago, the Zoning Board approved this, as Mr. Cardos has stated, with a 4-1 vote. Again, no conditions. R3 zoning is nationally recognized as congruent with R2 zoning. They often go together. And zoning is never permanent. Zoning is used by cities everywhere as a tool for changing conditions in the community. And there are changing conditions in this community. And the biggest one, and I hope you hear some about from other people tonight, not just myself, is diversity in housing. There, I know from, because I personally have rentals over here, that there is a rental crisis in Livingston. There are people out there who when we put something in the paper for one of our rentals, we'll get 30, 40 calls. And this happens every time. PFL calls us, the hospital calls us on occasion. We don't have rentals now. We may never have rentals, but rentals are in short supply in Livingston. And yes, we can go ahead, we can build all single family homes up there and or duplexes, and they'll all be sold. But what happens to people who need and want to rent? What happens to people that work at Murdoch's, Printing for Less, Livingston Healthcare, and the other establishments in town? In our opinion, Livingston needs housing diversity, which is why we came back. I checked personally, and there are over 250 Airbnb type rentals in the Livingston and the Livingston area. About 160 of those are in Livingston proper. We have support letters from Printing for Less, which I hope you received today, American Bank, Livingston Healthcare, and Murdoch's, all stating the need either for Northtown housing or for rental housing in general. We also put a shout out on Facebook for support, and we had 136 petition signers also, which I believe were sent to you earlier this week. And they randomly stated their concerns about finding adequate rental housing in Livingston. Again, this is a straightforward sort of decision, I think. It's 4% of our 132 acres, 5.6 acres. Matt will walk you through the exhibits, but you can see in yellow there that it's not an anomaly. There's 3 other yellow areas up there. There's one tucked in the corner that's just, you just can barely see, that are all zoned R3. So we are asking the city commission to allow us the capability to put up 14 fourplex units in the triangular area that Mr. Cardles mentioned earlier, which is 5.6 acres. The other 96% of the development will be single family homes and duplexes. I also want to note that because there have been comments made in the past, this is the entryway to our entire subdivision. So I guarantee you it's going to look great. It's going to be managed well. We plan on owning and managing the entire property ourselves. We plan on having on-site management. And we have gone through, as I mentioned at the beginning, several staff and zoning and planning commission reviews. And we've answered every possible question multiple times about public safety, traffic, drainage, et cetera, et cetera. These boards looked into this in depth, and they came into the conclusion, and we believe rightfully so, that we should be permitted to change the zoning here, and we request the city commission to do so. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Matt for a walk through the exhibits.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Members of the commission, my name is Matt Four. I live at 3413 Fieldstone Drive in Bozeman. Again, I'm one of the partners in this development. We're here tonight asking for a rezone of 5.6 acres that, as Bill pointed out, is illustrated in the yellow right in the middle of your screen. I'd also like to point out that to the left and right of that small yellow triangle that we are requesting zoning on is what is currently county property. So it's unzoned property that is directly adjacent to our parcel. The county zoning on that to the left of our site is currently PLI, so public lands, that's school property. And to the right of us is not zoned. So that's currently just an unzoned kind of an island in the middle of Livingston. That is currently, I believe it's a trucking outfit or some sort of truck business that stores some trucks and that sort of stuff. But I'd also note that it's not zone congruent with the property, but the owners take very good care of it, and it doesn't look like an anomaly within this zoning area. So what we're asking for is to take that 5.6 acre parcel and turn it from what is currently zoned R2 to R3. I think as Bill pointed out as well, you can look at our overall 132 acre parcel and note that particular portion is a very small portion of it. As Bill mentioned, we intend to do single family residences on the remaining parcel of property. And it's kind of our guess when this property was originally zoned that just a large zone was laid over the top of it without a lot of comprehensive thinking about, well, what would this property be one day? What could it be one day? Is there commercial necessary? You look around other towns, and as other towns grow, we see commercial multifamily and single family residences existing within neighborhoods. So as Bill mentioned, we just think this is a logical spot. Again, with the public lands next door, this is where some higher density property we thought would fit best within the subdivision. Additionally, we really wanted to be consistent in that we don't want to overbuild the property either. So in this 5.6 acres, we're only doing 14 fourplex units, and we're keeping the density of the particular development down. So Bill, if you want to jump a little bit forward here for me. That's just another shot. This shows you our overall master plan, guys. So the first 3 phases of this are already going into construction, and the remaining portions of this property will be coming in as demand allows. The 5.6 acre parcel down at the bottom is in front of you today. Go one more forward, Bill. So that's the first 2 zones, and the other parcel which we're talking about right now. Go ahead. So this is what we're discussing of building on the site. This is the 14 fourplex units. Again, we could build as many units in fourplex as we could in duplex, but we just feel that the fourplex takes less overall land mass and contributes to more open and park space for the residents of this development. Go ahead and jump forward, Bill. I could walk you through the units. I don't think it's pertinent at this time, so go ahead and scroll all the way through here. This just gives you a quick view of kind of what we're talking about building up there. And one more. So this is an example exhibit of what the property would look like with duplexes on it. So this particular concept here shows 26 duplex units or 52 potential home site units, compared to, if you pop back to that first one, that's 56 units with just a lot less density on the site, because obviously we're building the footprint smaller and we're building the footprint vertical. So those are 2-story fourplex units. Again, this is only a request to rezone, right? So before any project could start on this site, we would have to submit to the city. We would have to go through the city planning department. We would have to go through the city building department. We would have to put in the appropriate drainage infrastructure, the appropriate sewer, water, garbage facilities, all the rest of that stuff. In addition to all the stuff that we are currently doing in the first 3 phases of our development to, provide water service, to provide looped water service, to repair roads, to put in new fire hydrants, and to put in our roads and provide existing utilities. So in a nutshell, we're just looking to build 14 fourplex units, a total of 56 units on this site. We don't want to build any more. If this proposal is not approved, we will move back and go to still designing this parcel for higher density, which we would call duplex on this property. So That's all I have. If there's any questions from the commission, I'll answer. If not, we'll move on to public.
Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time, or do you want to wait for public
Yeah.
comment?
I'm reading the information here and it says it's going to be rental and it says reasonable rates. Is there any numbers we can throw around now or is that not possible?
I'm going to say it's probably premature for a couple of reasons. We started quoting this back in 2016 and now it's 2019 and the prices have gone up, and we just had a great display of what happens over time, right? Garbage costs more, power costs more, city taxes are more, the city utilities, these fees are all kind of increasing. So the challenge to us is to get there as quickly as possible. But as Bill mentioned, this is at the gateway to our development, and we really want a quality product here, but we want to build some different product. We think 400 units of single family residential up there is just a little too monochromatic. Okay. We think that the housing market in Livingston, really all over the country, needs a bit of diversity, right? And you see this in planning all over America right now. The multifamily and the single family are being integrated because what we're trying to do is not create islands where that's where we put the rental units over by the train tracks, right? We're developing communities now where there's move in and there's move up and then there's move up beyond that, right? And that's how communities are kind of grassrooting. We're putting people that need higher density housing in, but we're putting other housing that they can aspire to. So in this particular development, we love the thought of some of our multifamily being here where the people can say, oh, look at these communities that they're doing across the street. So our hope would be that of the 56 units here, that we get a lot of people seeing the development across the street and wanting to move up to single family. But based on current construction costs, I would guess that costs are going to be close to $1,000 for a unit.
Thank you.
I do have one clarifying question before we open it. You had stated you like the location because it's near to some public properties at this point. And I know in findings of fact, we were asked, or it is asked, why is there a need for the intended use of the property at this location? I'm going to ask a question. Could you go first to the overall map of the whole project?
We'll see if my technical assistants
There.
can get us there.
Why did you choose, so if the want is to supply, like you're saying, what I'm just repeating what you've already said, to supply rental housing, why did you choose that location versus out of all that space? You know, could you have,
You mean
were there
all of our
options?
space, all of the Russ space?
What was the, I guess, and that helps to answer the finding of fact for me from the city as well as your guys' thoughts on it. Why there versus maybe like pick up the triangle and throw it in the middle of your development?
Yeah.
Why?
And that is something that could be done. Ultimately, we could come back to the commission and request a rezone dead in the middle of our subdivision, and we may do that, right? I think as Bill said, this is a long-term project, right? So we're not here developing 132 acres and then we're going to be gone on August 15th. We're here for the long haul. We're here for the garbage service, the mail service, the taxes, the water meters, the reading the meters. And so we're really going to integrate ourselves with the community. And the pat answer of why it's not developed somewhere else is there's no utilities there, right? So we start a development with lower hanging fruit, right? So we're not going to build a freeway to get our first lot, right? We're going to go off of the roads and the infrastructure that already exists. And then the little bit of money we can make off of that will fund the next group of infrastructure going forward to the next group of lots, and so on and so forth. Sort of like building a bridge, right? You gotta take each step, but you can't do the whole thing at once, right?
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think that's my only question for now.
Okay.
Any
Anything
others?
else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will now open this public hearing on the Northtown zoning change request. This public hearing is open. Please, I'll restate again, you have your 4 minutes. Please sign in. Unless you've signed in, Cliff, you don't have to because you did sign in earlier. Anytime you sign in, if you haven't been up here, please do.
Good evening. I appreciate your being here this late. I know that it was late that you received this document from the attorney, and I apologize for that. It'd been several days in the making, and unfortunately it was last minute. Did anyone have a chance here to read the document from the attorney?
Skim, it was
Can
pretty
I
late.
submit
I was
the
busy.
document into the record then tonight, this evening?
Yes,
And
please.
respectfully request that the members of the commission read it prior to making any vote, even if it's necessary to adjourn to another evening to do so. And I would also respectfully request that I can submit my comments via typed message. And again, I don't want to take anyone else's time because I'm sure a lot of people will cover the same issues, but I would like to submit my comments in writing. Is that
Please
appropriate?
bring them up. Okay.
There's a copy of the attorney's letter that she wrote.
I got one.
I don't need that.
And Cliff,
I've got the email.
I see you have a PO box. Can you give us your address so I can add it to that?
701 North
Okay, thank you.
Although this is a brand new application to the board, 2 years ago, the developer presented basically the same idea, the same plan, and the commission at that time voted against it. And in the letter from the attorney, the property owners, they're listed on that, respectfully request that the commission denies this application for the very same reasons that they did so 2 years ago, based on the fact that very little has changed in the situation with the traffic and with other concerns, with egress and safety issues and things like that, response time. All of those issues have not changed in the last 2 years. And I spoke with the people from HRDC this morning. They have a plan to do mini homes for low-income housing type of situations. I don't know how far they are along with that, but they are addressing that. The hospital has been given approval for apartments over there in the old hospital that they are currently working on doing those. Brookstone has 3 foundations in the ground right now for 4-plex units. That development was approved several years ago for 4-plex units. There could be a total of 88 rental units within that property that's already zoned, already has infrastructure, and is already being built upon. So the developer can achieve the same kind of density with duplexes. They don't need to put in 26 duplexes. That's not a requirement. That's something that they probably choose to do to maximize profit. But once this is rezoned to R3, if it does pass, that's irrevocable. And there are other things that property could be used for if it's past R3 that would be not incongruent with the property owners in that area. So I respectfully request that you take into consideration, you as a governing body represent all of us in this room that pay taxes, that have voted for the people on this board. And I respectfully request that you take all of that and further comments from other people into consideration prior to making any kind of vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff.
Carla Pettit, 1114 Ridgeview Trail.
Hold the mic.
Sorry.
Thanks, Tom.
I have a business to close, so I have to get up and get this done. Why only one reading? I have a question for that. Why not the typical 2 readings?
Can you clarify the process? I'll probably explain it incorrectly, so I don't want to do that.
Because this has already had a public hearing.
But it's a new application.
No, it's already had this application has already had a public hearing with the zoning commission.
Okay. So then my thing is, yes, Livingston has a rental crisis. I think you can say that across the nation. So that comment holds nothing to me. And my question is kind of like Darrell's. Why does it have to be on the main entrance into their subdivision, which happens to be the main entrance into the Ridgeview Trail subdivision as well? Why don't we put it, and I understand the infrastructure isn't there, but why don't we put it off someplace other than the main entrance into both subdivisions? So if it does deteriorate, we don't all have to look at it every time we go into our homes. I have written stuff down so I can get it covered. Made the comment, they kind of blanketed, it was kind of a blanketed area. They kind of just threw it out there and said, we'll zone this R2. And maybe the city did do that, but I did not do that as a property owner in Ridgeview Trails when I bought my property. I did a lot of research into what the zoning was around where I was going to build my new home. And I'm very invested in Livingston. I've been here now 25 years. I'm a business owner downtown. When I went to sell my last home, I was told that in any other place, my home would have gotten me $20,000 to $30,000 more. But because of where it was and the deterioration of what went up around me, because I was one of the first houses that was up on North 12th when we purchased, my property value went down. So that's a huge concern of mine. And I don't want it to happen at my new house. We put a lot of time, money, and effort into that. And, that's really important to me. They knew when they bought that property what it was zoned. And I believe that we need to live with that. Maybe zoning is up for being rezoned, but it affects a lot of people who have a lot of money already invested in their homes. And, maybe we aren't the developers and we aren't developing millions of dollars into it, but we each in Ridgeview Trail, any property owner has a lot of money invested into their property and they deserve to have it protected. And then also our streets up in Ridgeview Trails have not been engineered to carry high traffic. If you have people parking on both sides of the street, it's a one lane street. So it's residential parking. It's not meant to handle the kind of traffic that is going to come our way if this does happen. And I guess that's all I have to say. I hope you'll take that into consideration. I mean, I'm very adamant about, they knew when they bought it what the zoning was. We knew when we bought our property what the zoning was, and I knew what could go in around me, and apartments wasn't part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
I'm gonna raise this again, Carla. Kemp O'Neill, 620 North 9th. Our city manager just said that this is a second public hearing. Let me explain what the first public hearing was. We had 5 people walk into this room, said, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm so-and-so. They had never sat down. That board never existed till that night. Then that gentleman stood in the back of the room and prompted them exactly what they had to do, told them they could not vote against this. And that's why you have a 4-1 vote.
Okay, Kim.
Now you talk about,
Kim,
no.
stop.
No. You
well,
guys need to listen to us.
Listen,
We
no,
were told
Camp,
that we could not
listen,
say what the
stop, Camp.
problems with
Camp,
this as
stop.
far as the development.
You're not going to
because it
use
was
this
not-
platform to belittle people.
I'm not
It's not
belittling
why you're,
anybody.
yeah,
You need to know what happened.
it's not the place that you're going to do it. It's not how we do the process. It's not right. We'll listen to your feedback, and I want to hear your feedback on how you feel about this.
We were
But we're
told
not,
we-
it's not a
listen to our
reflection
feedback.
on the city manager. Call me and let's talk about the problem that you're feeling that was.
But after you guys
But-
make a vote tonight,
Right.
which, well, I'm pretty sure that it'll all end up in a room upstairs when we all discuss it.
Well, this
But
isn't
There was a
Chicago.
brand new board created that never existed to pass this. That's not
No,
belittling anybody.
we
No,
we
you did not
changed
have
the
a board. All 5 members were brand new.
we changed the zoning board to a zoning board.
Because you
No,
couldn't have them combined. I know.
no, because we couldn't by state law,
Yeah,
and we
have
were
'em
actually break.
combined.
But that wasn't to deal with this.
But
this.
their first order of business and their first meeting was to make a hell of a major decision.
And they requested it before we even switched it. Before we switched the boards to 2 versus 1. So, but we're not going,
But these
please
people
tell
had
us
no
how
fu-
you
no
feel
chance to
about
review a thing.
the issue at hand, which is to,
People had no chance to review a thing.
well, they had the information that they're given
No.
to, by the
They
developer
were
and
just
different
prompted
things.
from the back of the room as to what they had to do. They were not given any option. There was
Oh.
only one person that
Camp-
stood up and said, I'm not belittling anybody. That's what happened. It's on tape.
I listened to it today for pretty much the whole time
whole-
of it. So,
Yeah. I
um,
listened to it too. I sat here. And I
so
have sat through more of these meetings in other communities in my building career and have partaked in development and building and all of it. And what is going down here is not right. We need to correct it. And if you guys, because you're going to have to make a decision tonight, if you guys can make that decision in good conscience, it'll amaze me because you have not gone through the proper procedure as it should have been. This has all been smokescreen. And everybody else will tell you what the problems up there are.
right. And we want that. Thank you, Camp.
Cynthia Westover, 1105 Prairie Drive. First, I just want to say that I agree 1000% with everything that Carla said. We did our homework when we purchased, and same. I won't repeat what she said, but I
Would you
agree with-
tell me your name
Oh,
again? I'm sorry. I was writing and I didn't write it down. I apologize.
Cynthia Westover, 1105 Prairie Drive. And I don't think it's right to make an exception to the zoning so it can benefit the developer, but possibly harm nearby residents. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. The Yellowstone volcano could blow up and we could all be gone, and we don't know what it's going to do to our property values. But I don't think that the developer can guarantee that it is going to not to adversely affect our property values. I don't think it's right. And the other thing that I would like to say to the commission is, if you change this, you are setting a precedent for any other developer who wants to come in and do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Homer Terry, HT Construction, 726 North 11th Street. So I'm a local builder, developer. And when I say local, I mean, I was raised here. I went to Park County schools. I've been in business since 1992 here. Recently developed some properties on North 11th Street. And in talking to my neighbors, I felt that there was only one thing to do, and that's be in line with them and be somewhat on board with the ideas that they had about their future and their home and their life. So I have the opinion of the matter of the profitability of a complex of duplexes, the model of duplexes or the model of fourplexes. The profitability exists in either realm. These guys are going to make money, and it's not a little money. It's a lot of money. The R2 was in place. They knew full well what they were buying when they bought it. As a builder developer, I bought my land up there. It was zoned R2. I didn't make an attempt to change that to R3 because I don't feel it was the right thing to do on behalf of my neighbors and the people that I was building right next door to. This developer will achieve 4 additional units by the duplex model in the R2 zoning. It's maybe not as attractive a model, but he would paint it as more of a threat that I will build duplexes and I will sell them off versus I will be an owner managing a 4-plex development and you'll have no concerns at all. I put it to you that if he builds a duplex community up there consisting of all those units, he'll have trouble selling them. So I think that is just a veiled threat on his behalf. The increased profit potential for this developer is the only benefit for anyone in that area. These folks bought their homes, they're zoned R2. There's R3 zones, other places in the city that can handle these types and are zoned for these types of developments. The master plan is in place. The zoning plan has existed. They knew full well what they were buying into. These people that bought their homes there also knew what they were buying into. And I believe that in terms of responsible development, we have to look at everyone's involvement and how they are either positively or negatively impacted by this proposed development. The only ones that you've heard tonight that feel they're positively impacted by this development are the developers. Each and every one of these single family home owners will tell you the very same thing. This is a negative impact on their property value. Whether it's perceived or actual matters little or not at all. It's their perception of their home, the place that they choose to live for now and forever. They have a right, and it's responsible development that we're seeking. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Homer.
I was waiting for everyone to get done
All
writing.
right, thank you.
Gary Carlin, 727 North 10th. Like I said, we just built our home there 6-7 months ago. And our home is at the very end of North 10th, which faces this property. Had we known, we wouldn't have bought there. We wouldn't have built there. It's plain simple. They can sugarcoat it all they want, but it's not desirable. If I wanted to live next to R3, I would have looked for a piece of property next to R3. But I want to get to, they're saying affordable. $1,000 isn't affordable to the person working at the gas station or at Albertsons. PFL, it may be affordable, but that's not most residents here. So affordable, they can throw out the window. But there are other considerations. If you're looking at what's best for the community, it's not handicap accessible. They're 2-story. A handicapped person can't get up the second story. It's not elderly friendly. I'm 61 now. The older I get, we have a single-story home because I can't climb stairs anymore. There's so many things that doesn't fit in the neighborhood. It doesn't fit for the residents. And I want to go to what Kemp said, and I know that you don't want to hear it, and I'm not going to belittle anyone. Those Lowe's, the Lowe's test or whatever, those questions were all geared to give a positive response, to approve it. And that was the recommendation they gave you because those 8 or 9 questions are geared. They're simple questions like, does the sun put out heat? Yes, it does. That's how simple those questions were. Give me a break. And one of the one question they were struggling with, it was recommended to them that you can reword that question if you want to. I mean, nobody here wants this. The neighbors don't want it. It's changing from R3 to R2 to R3 will only benefit the developers. It's not going to benefit anyone else. And you guys are here to represent us. This is our lives. These folks here, it's their business. They're in it to make money. I'm in it to live in this neighborhood and make the best I can out of it. It doesn't fit there. So I don't know, 50 people here basically don't want it versus one or two developers that want it. So all I'm asking is for you to consider what we want. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary.
Josh Meredith, 720 North 10th Street. In 2016, when this was first proposed, Bill stood up here and said, if this doesn't go through, I'm going to build duplexes. He made that threat in 2016. They never happened. The last meeting with the zoning board, he made the same comments. So why aren't there duplexes there? He's had over 2 years to build them. Just a concern on what's to happen, because if this was to get zoned to R3 and he hasn't met the maximum density, there's another little jog in the property that's on the other side of 9th Street that he doesn't show anything. If this passes, there's nothing stopping him from throwing up another string of fourplexes over there to maximize his density. I don't think he's telling the full truth here. He's just trying to put a nice presentation to you to get it passed. When they proposed this a couple of years ago, there was multiple issues: water runoff, traffic, accessibility, and there was like 6 different issues. None of those issues have been addressed in this proposal, and he pushes it through again on the board. When the new planning board was put in, I feel the same way that Kemp does. I'm not going to go into belittling anybody, but it appeared that the questions were worded in a way that led them to only answer them in one way and vote for it, just the way the questions were worded or presented to them. So I don't think that was a fair vote for a brand new board that didn't even really know the full rules of like the parliamentary procedure, meeting procedure. I don't think that was a good first meeting for them to get put into that place. Adjacent to the property is property owned by the school. I don't know anywhere in the city or Park County that there's fourplexes backed up to the backside of a school, and I don't think that would be a good community type establishment, or wouldn't be good for the community or for the school. There's also Western Meadowlarks that live in that field. My property's right on the other side of the trail. I see them all the time. I don't know where they nest in the ground, and they're protected under the Migratory Bird Act from 1976. That's something that needs to be addressed and looked into further. Let's see. But I feel basically the same way also with the property values. I bought my home before there was anything built in the field or even had plans of it. And building fourplexes right across from me, I believe, would lower my property values, along with roughly 40 other people in the neighboring community that do not want this. I don't believe it's fair for property developers to come in from Bozeman just to maximize their profit to get a zone change for their profitability. It just isn't right, and decrease everybody's property value in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
My name is Elizabeth Elder. I've lived on the north side for about 4.5 years. I have just a couple things to talk about. First, the due process in this situation, and secondly, the fairness of the process of what has happened. And then the second thing I'd like to address is the inadequate planning. So as far as due process, these meetings are at 5:30 on a school night. This is a hard time for people to get here. Families, dinner, homework. And yet I counted through all the meetings that I saw, and 151 people have shown up. And that's a lot of people. And that's not counting tonight. And I think that should be recognized, that that many people have taken the time out to sometimes show up more than once. The other thing is that the service, in my opinion, is inadequate. And I know they followed the law by notifying people within whatever it is, 300 yards or 150 yards. But let's face it, everyone on the north side is going to be affected by this. Everyone. And we're talking thousands of people. It's not just right there, right around the property, because we're the ones that have to wait in line every morning to go to work. Traffic jam because of trains, traffic jam then on the other places because they can't get across any other way. I worked in the kindergarten, which is on the north side, and the teachers would often be late because it was just unpredictable if they could get through. So there's no question that's an issue. Also, I know that there was a lot of articles printed in the Livingston Enterprise, which is great. But not everybody gets the Livingston Enterprise. Some people can't afford it. Some people read papers from different cities in this state, Wall Street Journal, whatever. But that's just, I guess it's adequate, but this is kind of a big deal because when you have that many people who are going to be affected this much by this change, I think, we got to make sure everybody's in. Now I noticed that the businesses were mentioned, that they were in favor of changing R3, and they mentioned it several times. Print for Less, Murdoch's, the hospital. I think I'm missing one or two, but I didn't see any person show up and speak. I didn't see any written letters, and I heard that you filed one today, I guess. But where are their names? It's just, we've signed petitions. Someone has been told that they have to resubmit after every time the same names, and that doesn't seem fair. They're not even submitting names to support the people that want their employees to have places. Employees having places where they can't get to work on time is not a good answer for employers. The second thing is just the planning. I see no traffic. I looked at all the traffic stuff for the railroad crossing. There's nothing. How is it going to work? There's no talk of impervious surfaces. And that's kind of a big deal when you build that many places. The water is going to come down. And you may not know it, but we did have a flood on 8th and Summit a few years ago. The business was 3 feet in water. The alley was totally washed out. And the, three
Elizabeth,
people,
I have to cut you off just to keep it fair.
this is
So-
it. 3 people had to replace their basements. So that is an issue, and we need some answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mary, please, 419 North Fifth. So I oppose the subdivision, not just because it's a subdivision of fourplexes, but because you guys don't have the infrastructure to add anything more to the north side. On Sunday at 5:45 p.m., we had 2 trains, one going each direction, one very slow, one blocked the east access, one was blocking Fifth, and we had a flood in the underpass. We waited 25 minutes. So 25 minutes for a pregnant woman in labor, a gas leak, someone with a heart attack, someone with a stroke would mean life or death. And I feel that maybe you're waiting for someone to die before you do something about this issue, And I hope that's not true because we really need help on the north side. And we deserve help because we pay taxes too. And I don't see how you're addressing this issue of how we're going to be helped. There's no talk about a different firehouse on the north side. I don't know how you're going to get the ambulances there. I don't understand what your plans are for adding all these extra people when there's not services. The architect just said you don't build a bridge first. In fact, you do build a bridge. You build a bridge first if you want to get to an island, and that's what we are. So either get an overpass or another underpass, but build something first to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Hi, I'm Savannah Barnes. I live at 320 West Montana Street. And when this was first brought up in 2016, I made a comment when I came to the meeting about the antelope migration route that goes through there. And I'm not sure if that's been addressed. And hearing Josh's comments about the Western Martel Arc just remind me, I don't know if an environmental impact study was done for this area, but with all of the concerns to the water, to the air quality and the visuals with lighting, but especially to the antelope, I think that's a pretty strong consideration. And if you look at the environmental groups down in Jackson and Wyoming, what they've had to do, the corridor that runs from Canada all the way down to there, and our little stretch right there is a really vital part of that. I walk up in that area a lot and I see a lot of them there. And where this development would go in is dramatically going to alter that route and it won't be replaceable. So if we're talking about the long term, 50 years from now, I think that's an important consideration. And to echo, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, what you just said about the emergency services. My brother's a fire captain down in Rock Springs, Wyoming. So from him, I've learned that there should be a 4-minute response time. Even if the new underpass, overpass goes in without another firehouse on that side of town, you're not going to have a 4-minute response time just from where you would have to drive getting around now. And so I'd like to echo the concern that please have those in place first before any more housing goes in, because otherwise I think we're setting ourselves up for trauma on the other side that could have been avoided. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah.
I'm Dr. Dennis Noterboom. I've lived on the north side at 419 North Fifth for 46 years. I've seen the increased number of trains. I've seen what a hassle it is to get back and forth across the tracks. I think it's very obvious that the community, your local community, has spoken, and I find it quite preposterous that out-of-town people from Bozeman, and they say they'll be involved, have come here and asked you to vote on their side when you have a very large group of people objecting to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
My name is Barbara Reed at 723 North 10th, and I have signed notarized petitions here and documents that I would like to enter into the record of tonight's meeting. I and other people went through the neighborhood in the immediate vicinity of 9th, 10th, 11th, and West Reservoir Streets. And of the homeowners, 100% of the homeowners adjacent to this lot opposed it. And of the people that I asked, only one person refused. I received 28 signed petitions. So that's a 97% opposition to it. And then I don't want to be argumentative, but regarding the zoning commission meeting, I am in concurrence with Kemp, O'Neill, Josh Meredith, and Gary Carlin. One of my concerns is that the lack of public notice in the classified section regarding this meeting. It was published June 28th, and then I noticed on the events calendar, it says, deadline to protest Northtown zoning to R3 was 3 days later. How can we present a protest when the public notice is given June 28th and the protest deadline is due July 1st? That's 3 days. How can we do that? And it was only posted once, whereas these other legal notices were posted 3 times. Let's see. We are here because we care about the future of our children, our grandchildren who cannot speak for or defend their future or themselves. It is our duty as responsible adults to make moral, true, right decisions that will make the best futures for our children and our community. We the people care about the future of Livingston and not just temporary fixes that benefit a few outside developers who they and their families don't even live here. You are in a position of responsibility in a community where it is your duty to protect the values already decided on and in place through the growth policy. You are responsible to make the right decisions to defend and uphold the growth policy. I believe the previous people did their best to try to set in place policy that would be in the best interest of our community, to protect and to guide the future of our community. It is imprudent to vote yes when nothing has changed from the previous time this was put up for a vote. And I now refer to the letter drafted by the attorney, Jason Bremer, on July 16, which represents our case. And if we had been given sooner notice, we could have prepared and given you that attorney's letter sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Oh, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Sorry, just need to fix this here. Good evening. So, Leslie Feigl, Livingston Chamber of Commerce, CVB, TBID. I'm also a property owner. I'm very experienced in property management, development, planning. No, I'm not born and raised here. I'm here tonight to support our local business community. We work closely with the Montana Chamber. I know we spoke about Envision 2026 for the state before, which is workforce development and technology development, and a very long list, manufacturing development, very long list. But bottom line comes down to goods and services are hard to maintain if we don't grow. It's about enhancing our community in the correct way. We have a lot of folks here that like to utilize our local businesses, restaurants, bars, shops, manufacturing. We have a lot of manufacturing here, not just large places like Print for Less. We have a hospital that we just put in that has a lot of staffing. We have a lot of industry here in the entire county. And Livingston being the seat city, we have to really look at our opportunities to grow, but grow the right way again. Our unemployment in Park County is at 2.8%. Total labor force is 8,984 jobs. We have 308 unemployed people in the entire county, and we have over 630 jobs available. We have to look at that. We have mom and pops running their businesses because they don't have employees. They don't have employees because they don't have housing. So I just needed to throw that out there. We have to be accountable as a city for the jobs that we need to keep our community healthy, our economic development healthy, and that means appropriate housing. Without new talent, we become stagnant and the jobs and businesses will close. There are many other opportunities like first-time home buyer programs in the state of Montana to be able to purchase homes. There's a lot of programs out there that are available, and I think it's more about educating the community that we do have to let them be allowed to know that they could purchase homes. We also need to understand that when it comes to the rental market, this is not just about Livingston. This is about Three Forks, Belgrade, Manhattan, Big Timber, Ennis, Townsend. Everybody's suffering on the same factor, is that we need to develop new housing. And we have people that are commuting from Big Timber just to work here in Livingston. I also know that a positive outcome for this is that when you build new development, your property value goes up. That is a fact. That is a national fact. And it's not like these homes are going to go up tomorrow. There is going to be time to make infrastructure changes, the road changes, streets. So obviously, our new tax is going to help for some of that. The new park space is going to be beautiful. I mean, to me, I look at those pictures and I'm like, I wouldn't mind that being close to where I live. Now, an apartment is the Ebert. These don't look like apartments to me. They look like beautiful, maintained housing that is going to be something that'll be able to be worked with. And $1,000 a month is something that is also doable. We have a lot of folks that live in town that live in existing stock. When they want to live into something a little bit nicer, they're going to move into one of these rentals that's going to open up existing stock for all of these lower income places in the downtown area. And I'm now out of time, but thank you very much. And it's all about our local business economy. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today.
Thank you, Leslie. Oh, okay, we need a moment. Just hold on. By ordinance, we have a 3-hour limit. So we have to just vote to extend the meeting. So we just need a moment. Do I have a motion from the commission to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please. Yes.
Or.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now we can continue. Thank you. Welcome to government, you guys.
Love it. You guys are doing a great job. My name is James Bennett. I live at 608 Comet in Livingston, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed zoning change. The Planning and Zoning Board has now approved the zoning change request twice. Although I'm not suggesting you affirm the zoning change blindly, the fact remains that the change has been scrutinized and recommended twice to come before the City Commission, and it's worth your thoughtful consideration. Your board has already listened to all the pros and cons you will probably hear tonight, or you are hearing tonight. The developer, Bill Mullenfeld, wrote a concise letter to the editor in the Enterprise last week addressing many of concerned citizens' concerns. There are 3 areas that I would like to personally highlight. The fact that this little triangle that we're talking about, the development is already approved. They can build up there. The infrastructure is already going to go in. That part is a done deal. There's nothing new about that. We're looking at a little triangle, and we're looking at creating 14 fourplexes or the possibility of 28, 24 duplexes. The density is not going to change significantly. The open space, however, will change dramatically with with the fourplexes. The open space will be greater. Without increase to the physical density of that particular property. And that's one of, I think, the primary reasons to make the approval for this change. What they are trying to achieve, a decisive advantage to the area, is not a negative. I like personally more open space, plus this allows for needed rental space in Livingston, which I agree with Leslie, is a tremendous need in this community. And I've heard a lot of people talk about affordable. These are not necessarily going to be affordable, but it's a step in the right direction. You need a multitude of different types of rentals in the community to address all the diversity of income levels within the community. This does address a lack of rental housing that we have in this community. I know that many of the other citizens here have brought up that there are other rentals going in. That's great, because we're going to need them all. The housing industry within the United States in the rental market is increasing, not decreasing. You have a ton of baby boomers, like myself, who will probably scale down from the house they raise their family in and go into rental properties. And we're one of the biggest demographics there are in the United States. So the rental market is already scaling up to address that problem. We need to address it here in Livingston. This is a small part of addressing that here in Livingston. So why do people need rentals? Why do they need rentals? We're talking about the future of our community. We're talking about our citizens. We're talking about young people, old people, people with less means than others, people who cannot afford a house. Housing prices here are very high now, very high to buy. Young people starting out in the workplace can't afford to purchase a house. They can't qualify for a home. They have to buy into a rental and then work up from there. Older people are scaling back again. They can't. I've talked to many people within my
James, you know
neighborhood.
you ran out of time.
Oh, I did? Oh,
I didn't
crud.
notice. I wasn't looking
Oh,
at the
thank you very
time.
much. I'm sorry. If I'm
That's
given
all
another
right.
time in the future, I'll come back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We don't have the alarm available, Faith? Okay.
I don't like that thing anyway. It scares me.
I know.
Soil myself.
Gosh. Wow.
TMI. Okay.
Way TMI.
Greetings. I'm Adam Stern. I live at 208 South F Street. And I was the chair of the planning board back when this came in front of the city in 2016, 2017. And I've been on the planning board since 2011. But I'm not on, since now the planning board and the zoning commission have been separated. I'm not on the zoning commission. So we did not see this time. This went in front of the zoning commission, not the planning board. But I am here to talk a little bit about what we learned about this development and then what I learned about the developers. So we've been studying these sorts of issues for a long time and in depth. And one thing is clear that Livingston does need rentals. There is a housing shortage, and this does address that need. We really do need that. And the plan presented here is a good plan. It's well thought out. It's consistent with the local development and the neighborhood. One nice feature, one of many nice features, is that the open space leads to low density. So it's consistent with the neighborhood. And then zoning in general, it's not meant to be eternally permanent. Zoning is not meant to be permanent. There is a way to change the zoning. We're going through the process now. Many zone changes happen. They happen because of changes in the local environment. And these zone changes have happened many times in Livingston in residential neighborhoods. In fact, I think you guys have considered more than one in the recent past. So with this particular development, the developers have these covenants, which will maintain the appearance and the quality of the development. So while they are apartments, they're going to be nice looking apartments. And this development is not going to reduce the property values of the adjacent properties. There are apartments by our house, and the property values are doing just fine right here in town. The units are going to look good. They're going to be consistent with the neighborhood, and the property values will not decline. In fact, as that area gets built up more, the property values are going to increase. Back then, we did research these developers. They said, look up our reputation. We did. They do have a good reputation. The previous work they've done has been good. And then most importantly, really most importantly, is that these developers were really willing to work with the city, with the citizens. They went out, they solicited input. They took the input of everybody very seriously. This is in stark contrast to some of the other developers we've seen that would not work with the community. This group in particular went out of their way to work with the community. And we addressed them with lots of questions and concerns from the planning board back then, and they addressed them all and they did it well. They've always been willing to work with the community, and that really means a lot. There's not a lot of developers that are willing to work with the neighborhoods like with the people like these guys are. And they really did a good job addressing the concerns we had on the planning board. And I think at the end, they really put together a really good plan. So in conclusion, I think this is a good development. I think it's good for Livingston, and I think it's good for Livingston over the long term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam.
Name's Lee Stronsak, 1208 Parkview Trail. I'm in solidarity with the people that are adjacent to the proposed units. You know, they got kind of a nice open space to look across there. Now it's going to, you know, if it's approved, it'll be gone. So that's the bottom line in my the aesthetics of the situation. I think the crux of this situation, like we've been discussing for how many years, is the overpass, underpass for another railroad crossing to the west. You know, how long are you going to kick that that can down the road? I don't know, until it gets so bad that, yeah, there's going to be you know, some kind of a tragedy, what have you. But you know, that's got to be dealt with before you start adding a lot more units. You know, by the way, no one ever mentioned to us, not to me anyway, that Scenic Drive was going to be closed all summer. So now we add on how much gas mileage going around the long way. And by the way, I was told I was trespassing on my bicycle on the state school lands by one of the developers' excavators, and he went off on me. And I was only asking a question to one of his employees about how long the road would be closed. And this guy went off on me, said I was trespassing. No, I wasn't. You've got the little triangle. I was on school board land. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Thank you, Lee. Yes, thank you. Well, Lee, didn't you sign in earlier? Okay.
By the way, there's no pronghorn showing up on that north side of Scenic Drive. Never seen it all summer. Gee, I wonder why.
Heather Adkins, 25 Chicory Lane. I believe that the difference between the R2 plan and the R3 plan is 4 rental units. So that's the only difference that will occur, is that we'll have 4 more rental units in town. So my concern is that we would make a zoning change for 4 rental units, and they're not the only ones developing rental units in town. So I think that making a zoning change for a developer is more serious. I don't know that 4 rental units is enough of an impact to me to make such a difference. And my main concern from the last meeting was, what about the other 132 acres? So if we approve the zoning change, then why, without setting a precedent that they could go forth? And this time you guys did say that that was gonna, this time, I don't know that you said it last time, but that was going to remain single family or duplexes, the remaining 96%. However, it was also stated that perhaps maybe you would go back in and say, maybe ask for another zoning change, and there's nothing to stop that. So yeah, I'm more concerned about the 132 acres and the precedent that's being set and what that will mean with all of the other issues that people brought up concerning, like the water runoff and the traffic and emergency response time. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Philip Bowers, 701 North N Street. This is kind of interesting to sit and listen to. We had one of these meetings where we were dealing with the parade, and safety was the biggest issue. And there was the chief of fire, staffers, Mr. Johnson, and a whole lot of other folks that were so concerned with the safety of the parade route. And how are we going to get any emergency vehicles over, across, down park, any of this stuff? But not any of those guys are here now saying this is a safety issue on the north side with this development. So I'm just curious how the parade was such a safety issue, but this isn't. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip. No more public comment?
Hello. Hello. My name's Kale. Thank you for your time earlier today. Thank you for your time this evening.
Kale, you have to say your full name and your
I'm sorry.
address.
My name's Kale Wiltsey, 717 North 10th. I haven't done a lot of personal research on this topic until actually yesterday when I received a copy of the letter that Cliff's attorney had written. I understand y'all didn't receive it until later today, so I hope you still will take the time to read it because it is 11 pages full of pretty valuable information, really powerful arguments on our behalf of why this particular development hasn't quite been thought through and how it is going to affect all of us that do live on the north side. I understand that duplexes can be built there now and could be built now and have been able to be built for the last few years. That by adding R3, we're only gaining 4 more units. That's not going to solve the crisis that Livingston is seeing. 4 more units isn't going to now house all these people that are coming to work in Livingston. It also has been said that Printing for Less and the hospital have all been listed as people that are in favor of this development, when I don't think any of those people are in favor of changing it to R3. None of the letters from the hospital or Printing for Less have said, yes, we're all for R3. They said that we're in a housing crisis, which the duplex situation already solves. 4 more units doesn't gain us really anything, but it does, like so many other folks said, set a precedent for we could constantly keep changing that side of Livingston. And by changing it to R3, this is a forever decision that only gives us 4 more houses or 4 more units. Doesn't solve anything. It makes them a lot more money for sure. But are they giving that money to us, or are they taking that money back to Bozeman? Does all that extra money that they get from changing something to R2 to R3 give money to Livingston? I don't see how, because the amount of taxes that 4 more units would bring to Livingston wouldn't equate to the $23 million project that is on the website for Livingston. I saw livingstonmontana.org was the first research I did today on this, just because I've been approached by so many neighbors with such strong opinions that I didn't feel right speaking tonight unless I knew everything that was being put forth by the pro side versus the con side. And what I saw was that a traffic study was done specifically to prove that there was a pro to this development. And the traffic study was done in August of 2018, so just about 8 months ago, 9 months ago. And that traffic study included specific intersections that were going to be studied during certain hours of the day. And B Street and Park Street wasn't a location during the time that the train shuts down 5th Street and Park Street. So therefore, there was no traffic impeding the 5th and Park Street because all of them were going across B because that's the only way to get across. The only last thing I'd like to say is that the developers did have a petition on Facebook, but those weren't signed by Livingston residents. Those were signed by Bozeman residents, nationwide residents, friends that they had in Washington, D.C. It wasn't done by Livingston residents. Our petition was created by people that went door to door that were against this and gave time in their evenings to say that not are we against this necessarily, but it's not the time for this. The planning hasn't been put into place to execute something like this yet. We have 400 tons of glass sitting someplace. We have record amounts of green waste this year that gentleman has to try to manage. And by blowing up the north side isn't going to solve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cale.
Daniel Berquist, 432 North 5th Street. I'm just curious with the Northtown development, is there like a tax multiplier that will be added on for the overpass, underpass that will be higher than the rest of the town?
That is one of the options on how you can fund by taxing, I have to think of the right term, by taxing areas, or you tax whole communities. There's just different options to that. There's nothing that
I
has been
understand. Would
decided.
they be at a much higher rate though, or a higher rate since they're,
Potentially, if that's what the people wanted. Yeah.
who would those people be?
Well, people who use it the most or not. That's just an option.
And then when are we going to have a complete traffic study for the whole north side?
When we can fund it. We had a
partial.
a partial one with
North-
with the
North
money
Fifth
that
and
we
West.
were able to get at that time.
And I was curious, so are there retention and detention ponds in this Northtown development to hold the water before it goes to the irrigation ditch?
I don't know. We haven't been presented.
I'm asking,
think
I
so,
don't
yeah.
care who answers.
Yeah. And we want to make sure that we're focused on the issue at hand, which is the rezoning or the change in zoning, I should say.
I would think stormwater management applies to that topic.
Okay.
Um,
Shannon, do you want to answer that? And that's all we know as far as design at this point, which has been presented.
And that'll be able to hold the water out of the ditch that was almost going over the other day.
sides, those retention ponds to help provide additional capacity in events like we had. We've had 3 of them in the last 6 years.
I'm just very concerned I mean, I'm not saying we don't need development. It's an important topic. We need houses. It's a regional issue. But at the same time, planning infrastructure first is just paramount. And if we do it wrong, you're going to flood people's houses. People are going to be stuck in traffic. And ultimately, as one of the other constituents stated, what's going to happen when the ambulance can't get there? You know, they're just going to come after the city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment?
My name's Chuck Donovan, and I live up on Meigs Road. I guess I was kind of curious about this because I used to irrigate that parcel out there, and I've run cattle and horses in the hills that guy there's developing on. And you know, if he's working with the city to get rid of the stormwater drainage, then that's a big plus because that is where most of the water comes from. I went up there with I think the city fire chief, the real fire chief, and myself were looking at that. And you know, if Paul Sunmanson hadn't put a road down across, raised his road up and held some of the water back this spring, it would have been quite a bit of more of a mess. And he's got the property that can do it, that can help you guys on that problem there alone. I didn't understand why he wanted to put that, why he wanted to own the property that enters into there until I went up on North 7th or North 12th and looked around a bit and talked to some of the neighbors up there. And those duplexes are the same thing as what happens over on N Street. There's a lot of people with 6 cars sitting there outside their duplex, with a couple of them with their hoods off, motorcycles and everything else. And I can kind of understand why that guy's concerned about turning that into private ownership, and he has no control over the junk that might be sitting outside of there. I don't know. Everybody's been up there on that north side hill, and you know, you get to seeing what's happening, and you go, oh, I guess that's what the deal is. I don't know the guy. I talked to him once on a Sunday morning because he did put his name on Facebook to get people to call him. And I left a message for him 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. And he called back about 5 minutes later. And he did it with some other people too. He gave his cell phone out so you could talk to him about something. You know, so he has been pretty well in contact and tried to make an effort to get things done. You know, the stormwater drainage problem too that's coming off those houses, just I've done some developing before, and I know that if he puts more roofs down on that 5-acre parcel, there's going to be more stormwater drainage comes off that 5-acre than what's happening, than what he's proposing to happen, where you have less roof space and less what do you call that, roads for the water not to penetrate. So I mean, that's probably getting dealt with too. There is, I mean, the current stormwater drainage and that other stuff, that canal is getting mad at you guys because Northern Trails or whatever, Ridgeview Trails, is that what's up there? Okay, Ridgeview Trails is dumping their water down into the canal, and they're getting tired of it. And they're going to go hire an attorney one of these years, and the existing housing up there is probably going to have to pay for it because they got to fix it. Now, you say you're fixing something with, I don't know exactly where the scenic drive is. I really don't know where that is, and you're putting some stormwater drainage in there to take care of some of it. That's what the developer from Bozeman, that Van Dyke, should have done with Ridgeview Trails, because that guy stepped all over everybody when he went out there. He even cut a trail out into the property that this guy owns, and he cut a ditch out there and dumped it out on that guy's property without the owner at the time knowing about it. I mean, he cut it out there 100 feet so it would drain right at the curb there. And how they're keeping to get away with that is beyond me. And there's some more stuff, but I better let it go with that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Chuck. Any other public comment? This is your last opportunity before it goes to commissioners. So I want to make sure everyone's had their voice heard and or their thoughts. Great. Sorry. This public hearing is now closed. So next step, commissioners, we're going to move on to ordinance A. Ordinance number 2080, amending section 30.
Chair Hoagland. I'm sorry.
Break.
We need, yes, that
Oh,
also, but we need to address the written comments also.
oh, thank you. Thanks for reminding me.
And then can we do just a short break and then come back and do
Yes.
that?
I appreciate that.
Sure.
I forgot. So I
Team
forgot to
effort.
address the, like I'd said, and Melissa had said earlier, on addressing and stating the names of the comments that were given to us through email. And so I have a Janet Lee on 609 North 8th, who is against the rezoning due to traffic as an overall synopsis of her thoughts on it. And then we have Tim Price on 1217 Wildflower Trail, who is writing in opposition to the zone change because of the infrastructure problems. The developer, I'm gonna wait. That concerns with the developer keeping and guaranteeing that they will do what they are stating. Sorry, this one's a bigger one. And that we need to deal with infrastructure as a whole before we consider the rezoning. Then we did have someone named Jane Doe, but I'm not going to read that one because someone didn't have their address and or their real name. I don't know a Jane Doe here yet. Then we have Corey Larson from who helped submit the letter from the attorney that was presented to us earlier for Gallic, Bremer, and Malloy PC. Am I missing anyone else as that you guys?
All I
see?
have.
There's some letters from the developer that they submitted on behalf of people. I don't know. if we
Yeah,
can-
and those came to the wrong email of mine, so can you guys, would someone state those because they're in my other email?
There's one on the commission site from Rick Spellman.
Oh, yeah.
Against the
Yeah,
development.
Rick Spellman against, you didn't have that one.
Maybe I didn't go down.
It
Including
was
his address.
yesterday.
Oh, yes, here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Rick Spellman,
I have one from,
let me state the address, 226 South 8th Street in against the zoning change.
now this one's from 2017, and so they're resubmitting, but it sounds like we can't count things that were submitted for the first time. Michael, is that correct? I'm sorry, because Jay's not
it's-
here. I'm putting you on the spot.
Did they,
It's already stated.
did they resubmit it?
Yeah. It was
As
a
long as it's
resubmission.
submitted for this application, you can include it.
So it's the same letter as before. It's John Parks, 2275 North 7th in Bozeman. It's things that have already been stated, workforce housing. And then the letters that were already stated from American Bank, Printing for Less, and Livingston Health, I think those were already mentioned.
So anything else that were, like I said, it's in the wrong email, so it's in my personal email. And I can't really find it in all the mess. But I have read them.
Okay.
That's all that I'm
Anyone
seeing.
have
Yeah,
anything on
I
that?
don't have anything different, yeah.
Okay. All right, so we will take a few minute break. I guess we need a little bit of water.
And we need time to
Do a quick review on some of these and then, so let's try and make it closer to 5 minutes or 8 minutes instead. I think we went over to more like 13, 14 minutes. Right.
We're here this late, might as well just keep
Right.
going. What's the difference? I'm having a great time. But I do need to get up and move.
Come
once in a
on, Quentin.
while. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, you need more pop.
Wow.
Four bottle meeting.
The northern carriers you see cruising over it all the time.
Keep them open, bud.
So, here we have.
And we end up with this.
And we have a resident coming for a beautiful water treatment plant. He's gonna have to come here.
I don't envy your guys' position, I'll tell you that much.
Nice to little bit.
Yeah, it seems like it's a lot of the concern addressing would still be concerns regardless of if it's duplexes
It doesn't
or.
change. That's the problem.
If it changes from R2 to R3, then the developers have no conditions. I mean,
In the future?
in the future, they have no conditions in the future. They can do whatever they want.
Well, within the R3 zoning regulations.
If you elect you give me
What
your
if,
email.
what if they got this and that's it?
There are no conditions. If
No,
they
no,
get there.
don't, you didn't answer my question. What happens in development? If they start off with the R3? Well, there, no other changes in the future. Everything else is zone 1 and 2.
From my understanding, the 5. If it's changed right now. It's under
You got 25
growth, then, they did if it's changed to R3.
Home.
We have to get that right. That's a critical question. Yeah, but my trouble is that if you get it right now, the way it is, and that's all it is.
But we're going on their
No, listen.
Well, I'm not an expert.
I'm not an expert either. I'm just saying what
We'll try this.
changes they want to make.
No, that's your copy. Oh, thank you.
Which parcel?
I will. All right.
Not make any other changes on the rest of it.
Little light reading, it looks like.
All my, all the URA commission.
Oh, I saw it at the book sale, like 20 of them. I'm just kidding. All your books are.
You may have a,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We have still, did you see our agenda though? We have like 3 other things to do, including, yeah, the planning board, which I have. And look, I have notes and everything on that over here. So,
I would have to guarantee that they don't, can't make any, it has to be unamendable. It has to be unamendable that this is the only R3. Yeah. If this particular person was, if the rest was unamendable, because, you know, he stated.
Well, actually, we're not doing too bad on time considering.
We've been approved with no conditions to get to this far.
I don't
Let's
know.
add some
I'm
conditions.
trying
Seems
to
they've
think.
gone
There were some conditions added.
pretty efficient.
I would have a little bit different opinion, but right now it's just like, do whatever you want. We need houses, we need money, we need everything. It's just.
I keep. Phone's on.
To me, this opening this.
ask that. Just ask it.
That was.
I mean,
not-
we
that
have
was-
done it.
That was more on a development,
We're opening.
not so much a zoning change.
Yeah, but do we,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Well, I don't know either.
Now everybody.
I don't know.
It's all changed. Yeah. My fear is that the only reason that this particular request is being made is these are potential that are being developed. They have something more powerful to sell to some of the regional. It's now R3 versus R2. It's true. Yep. Yes. It's a bummer that it's there, but it's there, right? Yeah. I appreciate you looking into it. But again, to give that power at any level for now 132 more acres. If you were giving that power to solve all of Livingston's crisis. It's a big deal. Right. And we're not talking about just the triangle after that, right? Yeah, and now it's that whole hillside can go yellow as it can be. Yeah. Here's my thought is, if the answer doesn't come tonight, the vote doesn't have to, these guys have applied how many times? They'll come back. If you say no tonight, they'll come back. So we have more time to think about it, more time to read the letter. Yeah. I'll be up in free coffee with you. I'm an early riser. She knows. Spot zoning isn't a technique that's been used in development in over 25 years. It's an old school tactic to get what they want so they can sell something. They're out. Right, you know what? They've got their money into the property. They make it R3, they can get money back out of it. And manage vacation. I took, you can attest to this, really, my neighborhood. I took 20 months off of work to build my own house. My wife and I just lived in Sonata. In the middle of the winter.
built that house. And I built that house because I thought I was gonna live there forever. I know how much it costs to build. Do you know what building 4,000? It doesn't cost, it costs twice that to build. It costs twice that to build. Just like you said, $2,000 for rent. That's not affordable. Right now, it brings affordable housing. I know what it's called. It's a tent. A tent. They call it a tent. You can sleep. You can usually sleep two guys and a dog. You're right. You're a multimillionaire. You can get a six-person jet with a stove. You don't have these jobs. We want them. It's got to be done in the right manner. Cart can't do much work. And the growth benefits. Here, I'll take out lights. I can't do it. I agree. Yeah, I know. I manage. I'm a property manager. My wife works the hospital. I manage. I get it big time. I wish we could work on HRD. They have to. They're all government grants. They have to have money too. They will. It's all boils down to money.
We got the old hospital.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us. I appreciate it.
Just want to get out of here.
No, I got to figure it.
Yeah.
Hey, Mel.
Yeah, I wish it's an extra.
And that's the scary part. Yes. That is absolutely the scary. And this is my, as that project stands and we were talking about it.
What are you sold? 16. Two on the left. And then four more. Where you going? Where you started? We sold all the
Pecking away.
So we're thinking of starting to build to build a house.
We always are mouth.
It was such a positive thing for us.
It still is gonna be. It's not over.
Two ribbon cuttings and now we got this.
Toilet paper ribbon. 3 ribbon cuttings. You have 2 at the wastewater treatment.
Oh, we had, geez, right, even worse.
3 ribbon cuttings. Even better than 2.
What's been really fast.
I'm going to just state, everyone, we're going to take a few more minutes. We're just trying to work through some procedural things. I know. Thanks for your patience.
I was way up here. Right. That's where the trail is. They've been driving the trucks along. That's why I would ride my bike. I didn't wait out here. Here's my house. That's an awful close to the, so the trail, there should be a different, some of a buffer there. I should too. There's a few trees planted there. Right. That's why I like to go across the
I've been reading it a lot.
Oh, okay.
Sharing with the group. Quentin, I've been
What's on the backside?
a little light reading.
Carrying a little like.
Light reading. Good. You should read it. It's good. It's very clarifying, actually.
So I suppose that. They didn't. I tried.
That's lame, y'all. Chucking it to the road. Yeah.
It's on top of everything else. So this is what we're gonna start out. I've never.
You have this, Quentin? You have this? This is in both.
Oh, it is.
That's really helpful. Saves a lot of phone You're really tired at night, you're having trouble falling asleep, just open a chapter and.
There you go.
Not light reading, but. Or regulation. So like you could look at the chart and see what the zone, what does the zone allow? This will make you a copy. She put in this pretty little, she made it pretty and everything.
That's what's the issue.
I don't mean to make more work for you. On my hook 3 a.m.
Yeah, you know.
Commissioner Shores from Florida, they said,
So we can just jump ahead to the load test.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
The load test?
Because the other stuff is like. Superfluous, is that the word? Like it's.
BS?
Like it's not. It's tangential to the core.
but the problem is they already,
That too.
they would put the same number of people in that area, so you're dealing with the same concern regardless of. They just build it. They're crossing. They have to. Absolutely.
That's true, yeah.
You'll prompt me on what you want me to. You'll prompt me. Save it for the mics, because I want to hear you. Snacks, tapas. We could send around a donation jar that we could like fund it all.
Never get this thing to
Yeah.
start up. Okay, are you ready to turn on?
Turn on.
Tune in, drop.
I'm green.
All right. We are ready to resume our meeting. Please come in and sit down or relax a moment. All right. So we were sorry for the delay, but we were looking at making sure that we were covering process, and the commissioners had some questions and went through to make sure that we were doing it correctly. We're going to start with commissioners. Actually, Commissioner Newts is going to, or Melissa, is going to address as the planning board member just the load test. I know there was a few people who were concerned about the questions of the load test, and I do want to clarify what that is because I felt like when you were concerned about it, you thought it was the test is coming from the commission or the city. And this is actually, these questions are required by Montana law, and it's Montana Code annotated that it is stated in this way. So we have to ask these questions and answer them and have the developer answer them. It's not us coming up with random questions and then directing an answer. Okay? So please understand that part, and Melissa's going to help clarify that on the Lowe's test, as she's our most current planning board member as well, even though Warren and I have both been on the planning board. So we both have quite a few months of experience under our belts. So Melissa, do you want to add anything else to the load test?
I don't think so. I think the format's a little bit different from source to source, but the content is the same. And it's in the agenda on page 69. That's probably the easiest place to follow along. And so this what we're seeing before us is what the city staff would have answered these questions and gone through it first, and then they would have taken it to the zoning commission, which I am not on because I'm on the planning board. So this is my first time as a commissioner doing a zone change request. And it's what the zoning commission would have done in May, and now it's what's before us. If they would have wanted to make any changes, they would have done it at the zoning commission. And then the same set of questions and answers come before us at the city commission to review. And when you look at zoning in Montana, either the first time that something has been zoned, or this is my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a commissioner. Whether it's the first time something's being zoned, or if it's being rezoned, or a proposed rezoning, you go through the same process for any of those situations. So it's the same set of questions, regardless if it's the first time or a new proposal coming before a community. Is that what you had in mind, Darrell? That you wanted?
And I know people had concerns that it seemed these questions were intentional. They're intentional from Montana Code annotated, so we have to. All right, so commissioners, we can start with, I guess, comments and or statements on some of your thoughts regarding the zone change from zone 2 to 3, or zone change request from zone 2 to 3. Who would like to start any of their thoughts? I have a lot of notes, but I always love to hear from others before I speak. Who wants to?
Do you want to just get general?
It's up to you.
Okay.
Commissioners.
I want to ask a couple questions just to clarify timelines. When did this come before the city, the first proposal in 2017?
17. It was initially given to us in 2016, the end of that year.
And it started in 2016 and wrapped up in 2017, the final decision. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew those years.
Can I, you looking for somebody to talk?
Yeah, Melissa, do you have any more questions? You have the floor.
I mean, I probably have a lot of questions, but I'd prefer Mel goes first.
Mel, go ahead.
Okay. Today was a very positive day, in that we had 2 ribbon cuttings, one for PFL and one for a new water treatment plant, which is the state of the art. And these were positive things. And then I came to the meeting tonight. And where I am in my mind right now, and from what I think the word is trust going forward. I didn't see any. We have a shortage of rentals, and let me say, you have to admit that. And I got a house next to me that's up for rent in South Yellowstone. Went from 1,500 to 2,000 a month rental. We've lost some people in the city that we couldn't hire because there's no real good rental property to look at, affordable. And I don't know what affordable means. So I'm trying to look at this problem as it stands, to change that first parcel from 2 to 3, and no other changes were made in the future by the builder. I would say that's positive. What I'm hearing is the fear of the people who live up there that we make this allowance from going to 2 to 3. And what does happen in the future? What can happen negative that would really not be good for them? And that's kind of where it sits, is in the trust factor. Um, so I guess I'm trying to find that kind of answer out myself, as you folks are. What does happen in the future? The what if problems. And I used to live up on a hill. I know what you go through. I get up at 5 in the morning right now. I work part-time for Counterpoint. I live on South Yellowstone Street. I work at Milky Way, Northern Lights, from 6 in the morning till 9. I leave my house from South Yellowstone at 5:45 in the morning. In 3 minutes, I'm at Milky Way. I come back at 9 o'clock, and I got the same thing. Something happens between 6:30 and 8:30 that's unbelievable. And it's like an explosion. And that's what you people are faced with, because I used to live up there. So if you get up at 5, 6 in the morning, clear sailing, I guarantee it for you. But I understand the fear of people in this particular situation. We're changing something, and that might be okay, but what happens after that? So I guess that's the question I'm asking, and somewhere along the line we'll find an answer. So I yield.
Warren.
Well, changing from R2 to R3, there's absolutely no guarantee that the development will occur as currently proposed. That's not a personal attack. That's at some point properties change hands, and the bottom line there is that R3 would allow an approximate unit increase of about 50 to 55% of, and correct me if I'm wrong, meaning 108 units versus 69 units as duplexes. The monthly rent of $1,000 to $1,200, I've heard, according to an accountant, would require a net household income of about $50,000 to not be burdensome. That's not an acquaintance of mine who works in a food service business is getting evicted because they raised his rent on a tiny apartment. He's not going to be making $50,000 a year. Once that's in, and the zoning allowed in R3 down the road can be maxed out. And I don't mean by you gentlemen. I mean whoever is the future owner of that plot. There's no doubt that Livingston has a horrendous housing shortage. I don't know, by the current zoning allows duplexes. I don't know by going to R3, which also includes, I believe, I just skimmed the letter from the attorney. I believe that there's other uses other than residential that are allowed in R3. And I think it's really hard to balance the additional housing with the possible repercussions of what would be allowed by the R3 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Melissa, do you want to go again? You have more questions?
Well, not so much questions, but thoughts about process. I think that there's like a lot of issues on the table right now. And so I'm just trying to keeping all those in mind, but also just focusing on process. Because that's one of the most, I think, important things in terms of representing Livingston and helping us get to the best answer for our community. I think the process, if we can follow it, is laid out in a way to help us get to, I mean, we're never going to have a perfect answer for every person, but at least help guide us in the direction that our community as a whole is sort of directing us towards. So the first thing on my mind, Chair Hoagland, is that I really wish I could have seen the minutes from the zoning meeting. We don't have them. We have the audio of that meeting, but we still don't have the written minutes. And so for me, that's part of the process that I think needs to be tightened up, because that should be available to everyone. I mean, it happened in May, the meeting, so there's been a few months, 2 or 3 months, for the public and the commission to have time to process and digest that information before tonight, but it's not available. The next part of process is the low test. Is it premature for me to talk about that? No. So the first question is the proposed rezoning designed in accordance with the growth policy. It's stated in the Montana Code as made in accordance with the growth policy, so it's the same. I think it's the same meaning. So our growth policy, I don't know how many people here have read it. It's, you know, I don't know that most people seek out these things to read them, but our housing section is very, very small. And it actually says that we have a stable population. A relatively stable population. The overall housing stock seems to be adequate. And we're supposed to be making this decision based on using the first question of the low test is our growth policy. And our zoning map clearly indicates, has it been shown yet tonight, our zoning map?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, our zoning map shows this as R2. So that's all there really is in terms of zoning and housing that I could find. In terms of the content of the growth policy. And the thing that I find is interesting is the last time this came before, the same proposal or a very similar proposal, I'm told, came before the city was in 2016, and it finalized in 2017 with a no from the commission. This growth policy was 2017. So if the city at that time thought we needed R3, this was the opportunity to change that. And it didn't get changed. And I wasn't here, but I have to go off these documents because they're the documents that legally represent the people. Yeah, and I would think that there would have been a recommendation to change the zoning if the boards and the commissions thought that we needed to change the zoning, that this would have been the time to do it. And it didn't get done, even though they were happening concurrently. So that's like where I am in terms of processing, is that I think we have an error in process without those minutes. And I think we have a document that was updated at the same time this came before, the same topic. I'm guessing it was a pretty big topic then too. And it didn't get flagged to get updated in the growth policy, which is the document we need to make zoning changes. So that's where I'm at right now, Darrell. In terms of not being redundant with what the other commissioners have said. And I know there's still more to come.
Are you giving up the floor for a minute or two?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else want to add their thoughts? Yes, please.
So just a clarification as far as the minutes go, the recording are the minutes. The recordings are the official minutes for everything. For the city commission meetings, any meeting that is recorded, those are the official minutes. The written ones that we produce are minute summaries. They're to help in traversing the actual minutes, but the legal actual minutes for each meetings are the recordings.
So not to expect any transcribe from the audio.
Right. We try to provide like times that topics are talked about.
Right.
We do it for the city commission meetings, but the actual legal minutes are the audio recordings.
Melissa, I saw you
Yeah.
have.
Just trying to find my. So Montana code actually says this is 2-3-212. If it says this is under the first part. I'm not going to read everything. I'll just read the pertinent sentence. If an audio recording of a meeting is made and designated as official, the recording constitutes the official record of the meeting. If an official recording is made, a written record of the meeting must also be made and must include the information specified in subsection 2. And I won't read everything in subsection 2. But so it indicates that there must also be a written record in addition to the audio record, which we do not have. So I'm not sure. I mean, that's like maybe we need to revisit our boards and commission and see how to help smooth that out.
Of the process, which we have been working on, trying to better address that issue.
Right. And in the process for that, most of the requirements for those written ones are attachments, which were in the agendas. So those will be included in the summaries.
So you mean they'll be included like in the next round of, like in the next commission meeting, for example, the written summary of the.
Right. So if you look in tonight's minutes
Yeah.
that were approved,
Correct.
you'll see it's basically the agenda with there's a few things that had to be included, like who's present, most of those items.
So I think like one thing that we're going to need to iron out is even the unofficial minutes should be available, especially when I think, it's important to remember that I think that it's important to remember that typically the zoning commission and the planning board is meeting monthly, and there's been a pretty big lag because of the time of year and just how things worked out. But there's been a significant amount of time, 2.5 months, to get those unofficial minutes put together for us to view, since the zoning commission hasn't had a chance before this meeting to meet and vote them in as the official record. So that's my concern is the least the unofficial minutes should have been made available to us, because it's like a 3.5 hour, I don't know what it was, 3.5 hours, 5.5 hour meeting, 5.5 hour meeting. So the minutes I think are a critical part and it's required by law. So the unofficial minutes should have been available. And I did request them several times. And I know that it's something that we need to work out as a community to get that ironed out. But it would have been nice to have all of the information before tonight when we're expected to vote.
Thank you, Melissa.
I would have to check on the legality of giving you the minutes before they're approved by the commission.
Yeah, that would be great. I did talk to the local government center and they said that the unofficial minutes should still be available, but I would be happy to hear what Jay has to say.
Right.
I
just
think
don't
that's
know.
just an important thing to get cleaned up to tighten up
Sure.
our process.
I just don't know about using unapproved minutes for a decision. I don't know where that would fall.
Yeah, and then maybe we need to think about our timeline, because if we don't have any minutes available before the commission is expected to vote, then that is also a concern. And also the public should have that available at every stage of the process as well. So not just the commission, but everyone.
Do you want to continue or are you giving up the floor?
Yeah, I gave it up. He just responded. So I
wasn't
responded
sure.
back to him. No, thank you, Drew. Thank you.
All right. Quentin, do you want to go or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to start with questions. I always have questions. And I think maybe Jim, this might be a question for you or Michael. It's just a basic question so the public can also know what are the requirements and conditions required of an R3 zoning, a zoned area. What can be built there? In this case of the 5+ acres, how dense could that zone be or that area be built up according to our zoning? Could they put in,
So the answer,
yeah,
I'm sorry, you
or
ready for an
could they
answer?
put in way more?
The answer is, okay, so let's go both. I believe there's two sections to that questions. The first one is what can be built versus what can be built in R2. The first thing is multifamily dwellings. So that would be beyond a duplex.
Up to how many?
It doesn't give a limit. So it's multifamily dwellings. It allows churches where R2 is a special use for churches. It allows hospitals and clinics that aren't allowed in R2. So hospitals and clinics can be built in R3 that can't be built in R2. And businesses and professional offices are special approval, but they're not allowed in R2. And I think those are the only differences.
Clinics. Did you already say clinics?
I did.
Okay.
So the number of apartments, say, that could go in,
So that's a density question.
density, yes.
Right. So in R3, the requirement for 6 units is 12,000 square feet, and then it's 1,500 square feet for each additional unit. So it's really a geometry question, and it depends on how it's designed.
But there could be, right now, there's a request of, or potential for 54 units,
56 units.
56 units, but there could be, they could ask tomorrow for, would like to, in their plan, could change to wanting 150 units.
I don't know if they could fit 150 units in with
Okay,
the
say that
geometry on it.
We could double it, I guess, because if there's 64% left behind of green space, say we fill that green space, so we could have 100, say we had 110. We could have in that space.
Theoretically, if they crammed every single square foot that they could and built multi-story apartments, you could probably have 100-ish, somewhere over 100. I mean, it would really depend on the geometry and how it fit in the area,
Okay.
because it's per unit, it's square foot needed per unit. But yes, there could be more than 100.
I think it would be like 100 to 110 in that
Possible
range.
if
Yeah,
tomorrow
maximum,
the
maximum.
plan was changed. Sorry, I had a lot of notes. I do want to just respond to a few statements that were made that I think needed clarification. I know it was stated that, that there's a bunch of new taxes tonight, and I do want you to know that in general budget, there was very few budget increases in any of the things that we did approve tonight, and they were used in reflection to this of if we're, new taxes and that this is adding, new taxes to the north side. But the things we approved today, there were some fee changes, but there weren't adding a bunch of new taxes, and I wanted to clarify that. I'm going to talk about some of the positives. So one of the things I do like, and I think a lot of the community stated, is they wanted space for wildlife. There was meadowlarks mentioned and antelope, and I agree. I would love to see more green spaces. I'm on Parks and Trails, and I'm adamantly passionate about our parks and trails and our green spaces. And this project, as presented, does have nice green space. I like that. I also do like, and I think it's one of our weaknesses in our community, is I like mixed use neighborhoods. And sprawl is not an answer to our community solution, I don't think. I'd like to see where we do have affordable housing, and then we do have attainable housing, and then we do have your little McMansions all in one place, or you have apartments. And I think it makes for a community where we're all together. And I saw that, or I listened to this show the other day, and writer from Bozeman was writing about how we will all sit down in the same place, and there's no class differences when you sit down together at the Murray Bar. And I thought it was a good reflection, because I like to see that in our community and our building as well, that when we mix together, that's a good thing. And when we have mixed use, that's a good thing. So I think that is a positive of this and changing the zoning. I know another concern, I guess I'll move on to a concern that a lot of community has brought to us, and that is that apartments and adding apartments like this would devalue their property. So because this has been brought to us before, and that it was an issue before, I did a lot of research on it. And all the research is showing that's not true. And in the reason for that not being true is that the mixed use is actually bringing communities together more, and people want to live in diverse places and diverse groups of people. And I do know, as someone, I bought a house recently on the west side, and I bought it with the knowledge that there is Section 8 true affordable housing going in 2 blocks away. And I bought it with that knowledge. I had actually voted for it. And I wanted to move into that neighborhood and I wanted to live in a mixed use neighborhood. And the data is showing that concerns are never showing up in the money. I saw a study from Harvard. I saw a study from Boston University. I've read Realtor.com referred to it, and it's not, in my opinion, why we should make a decision for or against this. I wanted to clarify that just on my feelings on it. Let's see. Now, I'm gonna go to the concerns. A lot of people expressed this as well. A zoning change opens the door to potential. And like I just asked that question of how many units could be asked, requested to be developed in this area, and it would go through the process. It does open the door. It does set a precedence, and that is a concern for me. I do have concerns with the process. As Melissa had stated too, I think there was some timing that just concerns me on how we went about it, or the community as a whole, or the whole situation. And then referring to just this request, not the history of it. As far as the load test, and we clarified what the load test is used for and how it is required and such, I do have concerns with this zoning not being in the growth policy that we had, like Melissa said, had this been addressed in the past, I honestly do think that as we move through with our growth policy update, we are going to see our community change, and we should see it change. And we should see infill, and we should see mixed use, and we should see that because that makes for good neighborhoods. And I think that's what we want. But it is not in our growth policy at this time. Another growth or Lowell's test concern is the traffic impact, which a lot of you are really concerned about. I mean, I know this commission is working hard on trying to move forward. I know I drive Michael crazy on talking about the crossing and improving it, but I do think this will impact our traffic in that area. And it is a concern. And then another concern is on the Lowe's test, does the proposed rezoning give reasonable consideration to the character of the district? Well, it's not, at this time, not zoned R3. So yeah, it will change the character. It will change it. I guess I can't promise it's going to be my final, but I'm going to say it's my final statement, is that I'm also a big proponent of housing and us figuring this out because we are struggling as a community and we hear a lot about it. We don't have housing for workers. We can't keep teachers. We can't, and I'm an educator. I know that city staff wasn't able to hire a lot of, we didn't even have applicants for certain jobs, which normally would be people coming to rent. I know that the hospital has spoken to us and me directly. I know PFL has spoken to me directly. I know there's major concerns. I know that the chamber has. And we do need to figure that out because we can't continue to say yes to things or no without also considering that there's people that are living here and wanting to live here, and we need to take care of them a little bit. We need to do it as a community. So those are my concerns, my likes, and my overall thoughts on it at this time. I'd like to open it back up to everyone else to see, and I know, Quentin, you haven't
I haven't said anything.
said
have I?
anything.
Are you yielding,
I'm
madam?
yielding. That was a long one.
First of all, I want to say I think we are very lucky to have Bill and Matt as developers on the north side up there. These two are upstanding and they do great work and stuff like that. I have no question about that whatsoever. And they're going to do a nice project. My concerns are still with the citizens up there that this is not the place to put this. And I've been struggling with this as I did 2 years ago. I love what Darrell said. I like the mixed use and the neighborhood like that. One of my favorite areas is over in Bozeman on Plum Street, over in the Fruit Streets. You know, you've got a lumber yard over there. You've got, that's a fun neighborhood. I like that. But I just don't think this is a place for this at this time. I don't know, we're in desperate need of rental units, affordable housing. I mean, stock of all kind, really. You know, except for the upper end, that's not an issue. But at this time, I struggle with it. Basically, in a nutshell, that's about all I have to say. But we are, I know we have traffic concerns. I know you don't see it, but we are working on additional crossing and funding and trying to find a way to do it, and it will happen way sooner than later. So that's, you know, then that's not the developer's problem. That's the city's problem. That's on us. We need to be able to accommodate development stuff and growth. So, um, other than that, at this time, I don't have anything else to say really. That hasn't been our biggest side. But rest assured, these are great guys and great developers. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Quentin. Melissa, Warren, Mill, any other additional comments? Warren?
I'm just thinking about I'm just thinking about the possibility of down the road, if if it's rezoned, it opens up all the options to the next owner. Again, this is not in any way a disparaging the current developers. The low test does not mention anywhere about the need for housing. The decision made on rezoning, and it's kind of coincidental, but it happened in the court case happened in Missoula, and it was almost exactly the same thing. There was 5 point some acres that were rezoned from R2 to R3, and the Montana Supreme Court found that the commission, I don't know the exact words, but they were derelict in their duty of performing the rezoning or allowing the rezoning. I know it'll make a difference on the bottom line. I don't know how it would make any kind of the difference, significant difference in the amount of housing available. If done as originally planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Melissa?
I just want to add, because I knew you all would fill in, you would all say things that I agree with, and and you met my expectation and exceeded it. So thank you. I also want to add that I live on the north side. I think I'm the only commissioner that currently lives on the north side. I live between the B Street and the 5th Street crossings. So I have the great joy of witnessing the explosions that you mentioned from my front porch. I can often see them. So all of the hearing apparently my neighbors, because a lot of these people live very close to me, listening to their addresses, those concerns are valid. And I know that we hear it all. You all hear it, and I believe that you believe it. But I think it's important, since I'm the commissioner that lives on the north side, to also say it while I'm sitting up here, is that yes, water runoff is something that we think about every time there's a rain event. Yes, we're always, like, for me, I'm always nervous about the emergencies. Yes, I'm worried about why are we safe in this situation and not safe in this situation. And these are conversations I've had with Michael about the parade even. And all of the other topics that were brought up. Yes, I want to live in a mixed use neighborhood, but I understand that people up the hill might not want that. So they chose to live a little further away from downtown than I do. So I just think it's important to recognize that the folks living in this part of town have some different issues than other parts of Livingston, that they're thinking about things like water and traffic a lot differently, and how development impacts them personally on a day-to-day basis, because it affects me every time. And I know I've said this, I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again, that I think about it every time I leave my house and every time I come home, every time I cross those tracks. It's an issue, and I'm sure I'm not the only one on the north side who's thinking about all of the things and how they're all interrelated. So I appreciate that all of you also consider these things. And I appreciate that all of you come and say them so that we don't forget. And I just wanted to say that it doesn't change my focus on process for this, but just to validate that those are issues that we always have to take into mind when we're voting on all of the things that impact our community in different ways, different neighborhoods.
All right. Any last commissioner comments before we have a motion? Also,
I have a question, I
yeah.
guess. So we identified some things that we don't agree with the Lowe's test, some
Mhm.
differences here. Do we need to state those any more clearly than what we've already stated those? Or, because it sounds like a few of us have identified some things that we disagree with how the report was written.
I think that's up to you as a commission.
I feel like we addressed any concerns within of any of the Lowe's tests
Clearly enough.
clearly enough.
Thank
It
you.
will be in the recording.
Thanks.
I didn't try to be funny to you, Melissa, on the recording part, but so as far as I want to clarify, I know a lot of you have never been to a commission meeting, but we always make the motion in the positive. Okay, versus against or for, it's for. And so just do know that, and then the vote is made to that motion. So I guess we are at the last call for any comments, commissioners, and or a motion. So let me restate. Do I, let me start it at the beginning of, do I have a motion from the commission on ordinance number 2080, the rezoning from R2 to R3?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2080.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please. No.
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 Motion fails. Now, I know you're all interested in staying for the next 3 resolutions, but you don't have to. Next on our agenda.
Except for Adam Stern.
Except
has
for
to
Adam,
stay.
because he has to address something in an action item.
It's just nice because he's here, so we'll have him stay.
We have 3 resolutions tonight. Our first resolution is resolution number 4872, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana. We still have to be quiet. And you guys, if you need to talk, go ahead and shut the doors if it helps you to talk out there. Resolution number 4872, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with Park County and Montana State University Extension, MSUE, to create an MSU Extension Agent, Economic and Community Development position within Livingston and Park County for a period of 24 months, beginning February 1st, 2019. Mr. Carduce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is just an extension of the agreement that we've had before. It is new in a couple respects. The main thing being the split between the county and the city. The county has agreed to pick up 62% of the cost, and the city will be picking up 38% of the cost, which for a short breakdown is they will be providing $50,000 for the position, and the city will be providing $30,000 for the position. It will continue for, we said, a term of 24 months. A couple of those months have already been gone by, we have been following this, even though it hasn't been approved yet, to maintain the service. And so it will continue. The extension agent, again, is at the discretion of MSU, whoever they decide to be the economic development agent. But it's, as of now, it's still Katie.
Yeah, I would have a problem with.
Well, we have to open it to public. Oh, I don't have to gavel either. I'm so used to it. We had so many.
Your arm's gonna be sore.
We, do I have any public comment on resolution number 4872? I knew you were out there. That's why I knew I had to remember.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I just want to say that this is just that updated agreement that Mike spoke about. I wanted to give you an update. The biggest project the Community and Economic Development Agent, Katie Weaver's been working on, is to bring home the revolving loan funds to Park County. Those are here. The final application for those loan funds has been sent out to all the local lenders. You're going to see active marketing for those funds within the next month. The first loan committee will meet in August, and we're very excited that there's several possible loan candidates coming down the pike already, so that the dollars are going to be turning in our community. This is different. The previous lender had done 3 loans since 2014. Our current loan committee and Katie expect to do 3 loans within this first year. So we just want you to know that the dollars are going to be out there. They're going to be used for what they were intended to, bringing vitality and infrastructure and just gap financing to folks that need it to help build our community. So I wanted to thank you and just say that we understand and we were very appreciative of the cost share that you gave for the first 5 years. It did include the new office space on 119 North 3rd. We also did reflect on the fact that there's 4.5 county FTEs there and only half a city FTE. And so that renegotiating the cost share agreement was a very fair renegotiation.
You know, you didn't present your name to everyone as well.
I
to
apologize.
the
I'm
record.
losing with the microphone. I'm
Overused, yeah.
Yeah. I'm Mary Ann Keys with Montana State University Extension, and I'm the county chair here in Park County.
Thank you, Marianne. Any other public comment on resolution number 4872? So this is the first reading, am I right? And we'll bring it back.
This is just a resolution.
Yeah. It's not a.
It's just authorizing me to sign. We only
We
need
had all
one.
kinds of resolutions just a minute ago that were public hearings, so I'm trying to,
Nope, this one is
Clear.
just a straight resolution. It's just
Okay.
authorizing me to sign.
I was like, weird.
It's too
Sorry, you
easy.
guys, it's been a long night. So any other public comment on resolution number 4872? All right, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
I think it's great. I think Katie presented to us before and she's been doing really good work. And I think it's great to be partnering with the county. And I appreciate that they're divvying it up more fairly for the city. And yeah, I'm excited to see what she does next or whomever fills that position. But she's done really great work so far.
I will just ditto what you just said because I was thinking the same thing on the issue of especially looking at the funding, and we've been working hard with the county to like balance things. Sometimes we pay more, sometimes they do. And I think we've had a good relationship on figuring those things out. And this is an example.
So was that you negotiating that, Michael? Did you help negotiate that? Yeah. Thank you. Good work.
Yeah. Thank you. Anything else, commissioners?
Yeah, I'll just echo the same thing. This is another sign that things are working good when the county and city are working together and we're all on the same page. And they'll be held to pay, you know, if they don't keep Katie. So, so good. Yeah, it's money well spent, and we are seeing the fruits of their labor. Thank you. I yield.
Yep. Same thing. Ditto.
Ditto.
All right. So do we have a motion from the commission on resolution number 4872?
Motion to
Make a
pass.
motion that we pass resolution 4872.
Second. I'm trying to move the meeting right
We have a
along.
motion by Friedman and a second by Newts. Roll call, please. Yes.
4.
4.
Or
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4870, authorizing the city manager to sign a professional services agreement with Thomas Dean and Hoskins Engineering, Inc., TDNH, for general engineering services for fiscal years 2020-21. Mr. Cardus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a new contract. It's not actually an extension for our city engineering services. TDNH has been the city engineer for the past several years. We went out for a request for qualifications. We had two applicants, TDNH and WET, both applied. We had a reviewing committee that consisted of the planning director, Jim, Shannon in Public Works, Matt in Public Works, and we actually had Parks Frady from the county Public Works sit on it as well. Consistency in the scoring was pretty high, and all felt that TDNH was the most qualified firm. We then looked at the agreement with them. So the agreement basically has not changed significantly from the last engineering agreement. There's some changes in rates, but they were actually pretty minimal for what I would have expected. Do you know off the top of your head what the difference in rate was, Shannon? Yeah, so we went from 133 an hour to 139 an hour, which we are definitely getting a good deal. And you can see the entirety of the rates on page 108 for all the different types of services that they may offer. But in general, it's a very favorable contract. We keep the engineers that we've had. They have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge in the projects that are ongoing, to include the water treatment plant, the downtown streets projects, as well as actually some of the crossing experience as well. A lot of the engineers that were on the original planning for the crossing at Star Road are now in the employment of TDNH. So we have that experience from the Livingston as well. So it's a great thing for the city.
All right. Do we have any public comment on resolution number 4870? All right. Commissioners, questions, comments? Okay.
We like a deal. Good job.
All right. Do we have a motion from the commission on resolution 4870?
Make a motion to approve resolution 4870.
Second.
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please. Yes.
4.
4.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have resolution number 4871, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, designating specific city employees who are authorized to acquire federal supplies or surplus from the state of Montana for the City of Livingston, Montana. Michael, please explain that.
Certainly.
I know what it is, but I've already asked.
So this one is actually super simple. It's just an administrative requirement from the state. If they have surplus property that we can purchase and or receive at no cost, there has to be designated agents in the city that can do that. This memo designates Paige in the finance office and Shannon in Public Works as the agents that can receive surplus property from the state.
It's like signing off for your UPS package, right?
Yep. They're the ones that can go out to the state websites and put in bids and that kind of thing.
No armored vehicles or anything like that. I don't think we need.
Oh, we'll return those. Sorry.
Depends on how mad people are with us. All right. Do we have any public comment on resolution number 4871? Okay. Any questions, comments, commissioners?
Do Shannon and Paige really want this responsibility?
It doesn't matter.
Let's do it. Yeah.
That's something fun, huh?
He embraces it.
Do we have a motion from the commission on resolution 4871?
I make a motion, we pass resolution 4871.
Second.
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Newts. Roll call, please. Yes.
4.
4.
Yes.
Motion passes. Last item on the agenda before comments from Manager and Commissioners is action item A. Consider topics mentioned in a planning board memo for assignment to various boards of or commissions. Mr. Carduce, and then I don't know if Melissa, because you're on the planning board, if you want to start us off after Michael?
So this is a memorandum from the city planning board. They're the list of 4 topics that they would like some, I would say, guidance on from the city commission. So they're large format retails, gateway overlay zoning, vacation rentals, and a reexamination of the highway commercial zoning districts. My recommendation for how you could handle this as a commission would be to, for each one, decide if you want those topics to be looked at. If they do, to assign them to whichever board or commission you feel is appropriate. And then if there is more than one assigned to any board or commission, that you prioritize them for them. I'd like you to work on this one first, this one second. And I wouldn't go, I guess I would request first that they would come back with a recommendation on, should we do this? So before they get into how we're going to do it, I would recommend that they come back with a, should we do this? So I'm not, I guess you're not being asked tonight to decide if we should do it, just whether or not you even want them to look into whether or not we should do it. If they say, come back with a recommendation of, yes, we should do it, then you could look at ways you would like them to do it and then ask them to come back with a recommendation of how to do it. I think if we break it up into that step process, it'll be clearer and easier for both the boards and the commission, and hopefully prompt more interaction between the boards and the commission.
I
Melissa?
want to say there was the formatting, it squished together too. So planned unit development options is also the 5th
Right. so yeah,
on the list
I
from
saw
Jim.
that.
Yes.
And
Oh,
then,
yeah. Whoops.
do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And then there were some other things I think that were identified that I'm not sure what happened, that why they're not on this list, but I think they belonged on this this was what prompted me to look for minutes in the first place.
Oh,
I
okay.
was going to re-listen to the meeting since it was a short one, but I don't know that there was a recording of this one. Because I think maybe something I just want, and Adam's here too, so he can jump in also. But the growth policy was something to keep on the radar of the planning commission, I think, or the planning board. We've talked about that repeatedly. It's not on this list, but I think that's
But that's in the works, though.
And that's
But
an
that's-
obvious,
well,
but we can request
Yeah.
that they
A
are
level of-
more participants
Correct.
than just observers.
right. They're not just observers, they're actively
Mhm,
a part of it.
active.
Since it is, where's my purple book? Part of the code, right? Says that this is a primary function of the planning board. Examination of highway commercial zoning. Oh, that's on there. Great.
Yep.
And then the other topic that I thought we decided to put this on there and I don't see it is the re-examining parkland dedication, because it was something that it was a topic that surfaced that maybe we need to look at it more closely during some of the more recent meetings that we've had, like taking a look at that again. But I would really, I think it's great that Adam's here, so I'd like, if you're okay with it, Chair Hoagland, I would like for Adam also to be able to speak on behalf of the planning board, since you always get to listen to me, but he doesn't always come.
That's true.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from the planning board on this issue. I think we all would.
Great, thank you, Melissa and Darrell. So I have a few comments on a few of these. I think the process is good, that we're listing these and then the commission's going to decide if they should even be considered. Real quick on that parkland dedication, there was the issue of making sure that the land can't be valued at the wrong zone, and I think we took care of that. I don't know if that got all the way to get into the code, if it actually got approved by the council, but we approved it at the planning board level. So I think that's mostly a bookkeeping.
Well, there was,
We already had that decision
Okay.
on approving the recommendations that came to us. But is there any other work that the planning board sees important with that issue?
On the parkland dedication,
Mhm.
not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
but that
I-
doesn't mean that I'm not aware. I mean,
I
might
think,
not
I think there was discussion about like appropriate use of parkland space. Like, is it just open space or is it like park, like what we think of with parkland space, like usable open space, or
Put that on the list.
I
and then
think that
put it
was
in the
one of the
priority.
things that we kind of talked about.
And maybe I mean, I have ideas
kinda
for each of
addressed
these.
that.
Yeah, but maybe that could be started at the parks and trails.
I think
Right.
that was the
That's
intent,
where it
was to have parks and trails re-examine that and
Because
see
we
if
can barely maintain what we have now, so.
Right.
So, in particular, so this is a good list of things that the Planning Board Zoning Commission was working on. The vacation rentals we addressed a few years ago, but obviously things have changed. The gateway overlay zoning was something that we had started poking at. It seems, I think, really boring with a lot of words, but has some critical elements to it, so we have to do that one correctly. Most important and dear to my heart is this large format retail. And there's a couple of occurrences and developments that have happened that a lot of you were here for, that are our warning flags that we need to develop these regulations for large format retail. And in that one, the Planning Board Zoning Commission, along with the Parks and Trails, did determine that we should investigate it. And we ended up coming up with a report that was approved by the Planning Board Zoning Commission and the Parks and Trails in December. And that's a report to the City Council. I don't think it's gone in front of you yet, but the status of that report is that, so we investigated the issue, we investigated the possible solutions, and now we're at the point where we want, and we even held informal public meetings to get feedback. But now we're at the point that we want to hold large, many formal public meetings to get the input from the rest of the community. And then based on what we hear from the community, then the planning board may recommend some guidelines for regulations or may not, it depends. But after doing a lot of investigation and research into the topic, the planning board thinks that this at least should get the sanction of the city council to hold these public meetings. We didn't want to go forward with a big effort if the city council is not on board. That's not to prejudice what the solutions will be, what the recommendations will be. It'll still come to the city council. We work for you, so we just provide a recommendation. And then we provide the recommendation just from the planning board perspective, and then you guys make the tough decisions. But where it was last left at the planning board is they'd like to move forward with it, and we'd like to hold these public meetings to get the input, and that this is a pretty important topic in that we need to come up with solutions to manage the change before the change is imposed on us.
Right.
The other,
Can I ask you something, Adam, on that? Has there been discussion too of, for that issue, moving more into the growth policy review, and, or do you want it, is the board feeling they'd like to address it before it goes through that part of the process? Because I've seen it done both ways.
right. I think to deal with this problem is going to take, I mean, we've been working on this since 2017. And so I think it's going to take really to do it another 12 to 24 months. And if we get a growth policy in the middle of that, we can always put it in the growth policy, but we don't want to wait until the growth policy there to get started. And, if we have to have more meetings and more discussions with the growth policy, that's great. We should do it all at the same time.
Yeah, to me, this is the number one issue when it comes to
Yeah.
all planning.
I
One
don't
of 'em.
mind hearing that. The other one is that highway commercial zoning district. We saw the problems with that with the last, what was it, the zone change and subdivision west of town.
Mhm.
And that's actually, so that issue, the context of that raises a bunch of issues with our zoning table. So someone, the zoning commission, which is not us, it's that other, the zoning commission should really dive into the zoning table to bring that up to a
Mhm.
Right.
level.
I
And
agree with that too.
Yeah, so we saw the potential danger in not getting that done.
Mhm.
That's all. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. Thanks, Melissa.
Awesome.
Thank you, Adam.
And with the large format retail, I think the next step would be to get this report in front of the city council. The planning board makes the case, and then the city council either says, yes, please move forward, or don't move forward.
Let's just request that that is put on
The next agenda.
the next agenda, or for sure the one after, if not. That would be,
So I guess the only question is, do you want the zoning board to weigh in on it? or zoning commission to weigh in on it.
On the,
You know, and in the summertime, there's nothing wrong with getting more people to weigh on this. This is gonna be a hefty set of regulations. You guys are gonna have to direct the administration to do it. It's gonna be.
What about this document, though? Could we just review and start the conversation at the commission level in August?
what do you want, like somebody from the planning board to come and just do a
Sure.
quick,
And so we can look at this document as a whole.
get a quick
and-
once over?
Yep, and how to move forward on it.
Or just bring
I'd say get
zoning
it
into
going.
Did you catch that?
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can talk about it tomorrow too, but, because we have planning board
Yeah,
meeting.
yep.
But the idea of like somebody from the planning board, not me, somebody else coming and just doing like a quick presentation on that document to get the conversation started, to initiate the ball
How we
rolling.
can move, as a commission, help
What is,
move things forward. The 6th, I think.
August 6th.
6th, and then the 20th,
schedule it out to the 20th?
or the 20th.
Up to you.
Yeah. I mean, we just need a participant or two from the
We'll see
planning
if
board.
we can always see tomorrow.
Okay,
Throw it out and see tomorrow at the meeting.
is that okay?
Yep, that's great.
So we'll have somebody there at the 6th or the 20th.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we can decide who it is tomorrow. I just want to add a couple things. I think some of the conversations about large format retail are pretty interesting and exciting. Some of the, because I kind of came into that board in the middle of this or at the end, they've been working on it for a while. There's some really cool ideas. And then that I think our community, we talk about community character and the feel and how to do this large stores in a way that's compatible with our community. So I think that is an exciting topic. That'll be fun. And then zoning, where's it? The chart Adam was referencing. One of the topics that came up was like adjacent use. So like when you have, for example, a zone that allows lots of different types of businesses and housing all in the same place, you could have, like, part of the conversation at a previous meeting was, I don't know, it was like a welding shop or a machine shop or something like next to a single family dwelling, like that some zones allow things like that. So it might be good to think through some of our zones, just to add to what Adam was saying, that would be useful for the zoning commission to think about more deeply about.
Yeah, they need to do work, a lot of work, to really look at the zoning and how the definition of the zoning.
So administratively on that,
Mhm.
the zoning has to be based on the growth policy.
Right.
So if they're going to change the zoning, they'd have to change the growth policy. So we probably should wait for the growth policy process before we try to change zoning.
But they could start conversations simultaneously so that they're more ready to.
Sure, but but until we actually see the results of the growth policy, that will drive what we can do. And I think that goes for the planned use development and the highway commercial zoning. All of those should be incorporated into the growth policy process, because that will drive, if we even have highway commercial zoning or if we have planned use developments, that the growth policy should drive
To
that.
be able to get those into the growth
And this is
policy, now's the time to talk about
And this is a fine example of why I think the planning board needs to be very deeply involved in the growth policy at every step of the.
Well, maybe the zoning commission as well.
Right. Both should be
Because
equally
of what-
involved.
Like not tangential, but really like
That's
in
the way
the
the county
weeds
ran
on
it.
it.
Yeah, they did the same thing. I mean, the county planner and planning board.
They're doing a lot of work.
And it's
that
gonna,
is reflected.
yeah, and it's gonna make it easier for them to have been having the conversation already and be aware.
That's the thing, have it, put stuff out there. So
So moving forward, since this is our last item, I mean, in my opinion, I could answer what I want done. with the-
Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't opened it for public comment. Thank you for
thought-
reminding
I
me.
thought we did, yes.
No, we didn't. We were listening to the planning board, but thank you for reminding me.
All right.
Go ahead.
I do appreciate you all being here this late hour. I noticed that vacation rentals there, and I'm really, really glad to see that you're addressing that issue. That I've heard this for a number of years. I'm a landlord here in town.
Cliff, can you say your name
Cliff
again?
Ingledew at 701 North 9th. And I honestly feel that that vacation rental boom really, really hurt the rental market. And so I'm absolutely glad to see that you're reopening discussions on that. And I hope that in the future that that gets something done about that. I don't know what you could do to regulate that, but unfortunately, with people, as a landlord myself, it makes sense that if I could make $1,000 a week versus the rental that I get and have to replace carpet like I'm doing now and repaint and everything every year when somebody moves in and out as they do with a rental, it makes sense to rent it out. But I'm not that kind of person. I'm not going to do that. But unfortunately, a lot of people in this town have, and that's why we see such a critical shortage of rental properties or good rental properties, is because of that boom just took off and everybody got greedy. So please, please, please address that. Ask for public comments again. Notify people through the newspaper or whatever you have to do so that that becomes a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Any other public comment?
Chuck Donovan, I'm wondering why you guys don't have an attorney sitting here because you guys are dealing with legal questions all the way through the night.
He's usually here, Chuck.
He?
He went home sick today.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he usually will answer that, or Michael and him will answer some of the legal issues that we have, but good point.
But
Yeah.
you should have
That's
no offense.
Jay that sits right there.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
yeah.
But no offense on Michael there, but he's not an attorney. And you guys are having to rely on what you do in your spare time to try to pick up on that.
Right.
You know, it's just kind of, I think I would be a little bit scared, a little bit irritated if one guy can't be here at a meeting, that you should have a backup, you know, private attorney somewhere that would know government law. I don't know. It's just my thought because
Yeah.
you were dealing with some pretty heavy legal issues,
Mhm.
you know. So
Yeah.
anyhow,
Thank you for your feedback. All right, any other public comment? Right, Commissioners, in my opinion, I'm going to just start. All 6 of these issues need to be addressed. And I really want not just us or the city dealing with them, but I want the community, which is our boards and our committees, and let them work through these with public input and go from there. And I see the first one at large format or the LFRs as and you guys may think differently, as a planning board issue. Gateway is zoning. Vacation rentals is both zoning and planning. Planned unit development, same thing, zoning and planning. Highway commercial zoning district, I think both again. And then Parks and Trails, asking Parks and Trails to bring back the park land dedication or designation and make sure they're addressing that first before it comes, then maybe it comes to the planning board as well and then back to us. That's my thoughts on but I think all of these things need to be addressed at the committee or board level and not just here or at the city. Any other thoughts on that?
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
So as far as what we can do tonight, I would recommend that we, I will take it to the Parks and Trails, what I stated, if we're all in agreement, and then we can move things to the other committees as well through Melissa or Michael, I guess, through zoning. What do you guys think?
I think we need somebody that's gonna type up a list before tomorrow, because tomorrow's planning board meeting. When's the next zoning commission meeting? Like week after maybe?
I think I'd have to look. I'm not sure.
The planning board is next, so we need somebody that can put it together before tomorrow night. Can you do that, or can some city staff do that?
Well, it's not on the agenda yet, but it can be just like in a statement made that these are issues that the city or the commission is, and then it will, and put it on the
Okay.
agenda. So do you want
Just
me
so
to
they-
tear this out and I'll give it to you? You can just use mine, the notes.
No, I have it on my,
Okay.
um,
Would that work at least to start conversations?
but we're
I'm-
adding, well, we are including parkland dedication, but that goes over to,
Parks and Trails
yeah.
first.
And then Adam's still here, so he can help me tomorrow, remember all of the things. And, it'll be a team effort. I just think it's good to let him know, so, it's, they only meet once a month, so
Right.
they can keep on top of, and they've been waiting very patiently for this reply, very patiently. Thank you, planning board.
Well, and I look forward to their feedback. I want the committee and the board's feedback, the committee's feedback. So I look forward to it.
I just want to add for people, I know we lost most everybody sitting here, but for people that want to stay in touch and up to date on these topics, because certain topics are of interest to certain folks that are in the room, they can go to the website, the city website. It's the city manager page, I think, right? At the bottom of the page, and they can sign up to be alerted for whatever boards or commissions they want minutes or agendas on. So when they see, for example, vacation rentals come up at one of the boards or commissions, they know which meetings to show up to. It's like probably the easiest way to stay in touch. Thank you, Faith. It's like just a direct line to get updates for agendas and things. If you use email.
Great. Any other comments before we move on? Right. City manager comments. We're way over time, which is your cutoff.
I am, but you told me I had to say some things.
I
so I will
did.
say those things. Just a couple of quick updates. One's on the growth policy. So that has about another week and a half for applications to come in. And then at that point, we'll look at a selection committee to go through the packages and do the grading of the qualifications, just like we did for the city engineer. So that's where we are on that one. On the 15th, we did get our federal grant in with MRL as our partner. So that was a new thing that would happen on pretty short notice. Between MRL and the city, we applied for a build grant, which is a federal Department of Transportation grant. This one in particular was a planning grant. It was for positive train control planning for MRL and crossing planning for the city. The city's portion in grant would be just at 940,000 that we would match with about 500,000. So that would give us about 1.44 million to do the planning on it, which obviously is starting to change the financials significantly for the project.
Right.
There is a possibility of a follow-on construction grant if this grant is successful. So if so, that will even change the financials more. But we will look at scheduling some community updates. We probably won't make them crossing specific anymore since we're not going to be looking at a levy anytime soon as we work through the grant process instead. But we can give updates on the crossing, where we are with the crossing process, the planning process, the growth policy updates, and any infrastructure updates that people are looking for. So we'll probably look to do that either the last week of August, first week of September, somewhere in there. We'll start a series. Probably instead of doing 5, we'll cut it down to 3 because we'll have to do it a few times before we ever get to a mill levy process through this, depending on how the grant process goes. So that's just a quick update.
Great, thank you. Commissioners. Melissa?
I have a few things. One is, do you remember when we talked about, I don't know if y'all remembered when we talked about when developers develop land, and I was reminded of it when I saw a map with the Bozeman Trail next to the triangle for the conversation tonight. That there's a really simple process for getting land examined and have, that application with the Montana Historic Preservation Society to make sure that developments aren't impacting like layered history in Park County, like our part of Park County. I just don't want that to fall through the crack if we want to make that a regulation somehow. But that needs to be done before things get developed. I don't know what the process is for that, if we need to like,
I'd probably sign it to the planning board, just like the rest of the topics.
can we put that on with the planning board list? And I would like to do that. The next thing on my list is the conservation board. The energy intern Cameron brought that up a few months ago, the idea of a conservation board, and it was suggested that we could go to Parks and Trails to see if they could wrap it in with Parks and Trails work. But I think it's apparent to me that Parks and Trails has a very full plate, and I don't, if there hasn't even been time to talk to them about this topic yet, and it's been a few months because they have so much on their plate. I would really like us to just consider starting a new board. I don't think we necessarily have to have a commissioner on it, but Cameron's suggestions are saving us money. We're in a community that needs to be saving more money so we can reinvest money into projects which save us more money. And so I really don't want to back burner this, and then his time as an intern is ending in the fall, and then his expertise is gone. I would like to see this conversation pick up sooner rather than later, and maybe on the next agenda, which the timing could be great since he just asked to do a presentation at the next meeting. I don't know what y'all think, but that's what I'd like to see. I just don't, I want to strike while the iron is hot, like make sure we're moving when we have the right people at the table to help.
Set it up and how to.
Correct.
So if we put it on as a discussion item or an action item for discussion.
Yeah.
On the next agenda, we could start with that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
And then, and I was going to ask you, Michael, are we in the process of hiring somebody else when his term ends? Do you know? I think that was another city county.
We've put out for it.
Okay, great. Thank you. The last thing on my mind is, I know there's like a lot of stuff that's there's a lot of stuff that's happening, and like I feel like back burnering thing. Sometimes you
I
can
know.
put things on the back burner, but sometimes it's too late.
Yeah, I agree.
And the last thing is another thing that benefits Livingston. So I know about this through my other life outside of being a commissioner. And I know we get a lot of mass emails, the 5 of us,
Mhm.
but there's this one that keeps popping up, and it's about LWCF, which is Land and Water Conservation Fund. It's this topic that actually has bipartisan support in Montana. It's and LWCF, Land and Water Conservation Fund, has done a lot for our community. Actually, like if you look at all the projects, things like Sacagawea Park is a project, and the soccer fields, and there's other things. Those are 2 big ones. I think that there's an opportunity for us as a commission to help support Land and Water Conservation Fund at the federal level that would in turn serve our community in the future. This is something that there's people in I know we're getting emails from somebody outside of Montana, which always, like I always just have like a red flag go off in my brain when that happens. I don't know why. But I know that there's people locally that know quite a bit about it. And I would love to see them talk to us about the Land and Water Conservation Fund, because they could give away more local, like local information, like how this is of use to us in this part of Montana, as opposed to someone out of Durango or wherever. Not that she's not great, but it's nice when you have local people that are experts on things to utilize them. So I don't know, because it sounds like there's going to be some action happening federal in the fall, at the federal level in the fall with this. And so it's an opportunity for us to support something that actually serves our community very, very well, and that I would like to see continue to serve Livingston. Do we need to make that like an action item? I mean, I'm not sure what the ask is at this point. There was a letter that came and went.
Like
but-
a letter of support. Often we have letters of support if there's an issue that we would like, a federal or a state agency to know as a
Yeah, because.
state.
And you guys have seen that letter. They were asking for a letter, but I'm not sure I think they're still just trying to get more local communities that are affected by Land and Water Conservation Fund.
Like list on their list of.
Yeah, or on their list, or they're gonna like try to get different local governments to help be able to speak to the federal government and say like, hey, yeah, our community does benefit from this. We do care, and we're paying attention to like this issue.
Are
So
we at a time crunch though? That is, I mean,
I know, well, I think the time crunch
obviously
is
we're
like,
extended
I
and-
think the
and-
time crunch is like August or September.
Right. That's
So
what
I mean, it's not so close for this topic. I don't think, like, it's far enough away and it's a relatively straightforward topic compared to some topics. And I suspect I could get somebody here locally to do like a very short thing just to explain it and answer questions.
So let's look at maybe the second agenda in August.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, that
we
seems
have,
reasonable.
You know, hundreds of things that the staff has to do too, or
Yeah.
us, but we want to make sure that we're not missing these.
I think that the second agenda in August sounds good. And I can follow up and see what their current ask is so that it helps us refine like what we're going to be, if that's useful.
If you'd like us to develop something for that, please send us what you're talking about, because I don't think I get those emails.
Okay. I can forward it to you.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Are you familiar with the program?
Yeah, I know we've gotten funds through
Yeah.
through them in the past.
Yeah, I can forward you.
In fact, I think we just did more at the soccer fields with
Yeah,
some,
and was maybe this
Shannon.
some skate, I don't know if it was a skate park.
Oh, that was Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, right?
Sometimes skate parks are funded by, I don't know if ours, I don't think ours was, but in other communities sometimes. Yeah. Okay, I yield. That's it. Thank you.
Warren.
Sure.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, y'all. I mean, it's like a lot, but
That's
this
all?
is, I'm not here to, we're not
That
wasting.
takes care of.
I'm not here to
Takes
coast.
care of it.
I'm not coasting.
Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked. Mel, do you have anything?
Some days are fuller than most. This is one of them.
Yes.
Yes.
I yield. The only thing I have is, I know the alley, behind the senior center has been getting a lot of traffic and stuff, but there's a pretty big hole developing again. We need to throw some more asphalt in it. I know, and that hole's full of water.
And people are using it to avoid
Bypass it,
the, but that's tomorrow they're putting down
Curb.
curb, yeah. The first
Okay,
concrete.
the weather hold.
Yep.
Please. That's why I was saying, yeah, but it's an ongoing thing. Just keep in the back of your mind because I hear about it once a month at least when I have a Meals on Wheels meeting. I yield.
I'm just going to say we've had some great positives, such as the PFL opening today, the Water Reclamation Center, as well as a great 4th of July week, or is it 10 days of time that we seem to celebrate, but showing some of the positives in our community as well. We do a lot of great things, not just negatives. That's all I have to say tonight.
Sure, you don't want to try and make it go to 11?
No, let's get it done. I entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye, aye, aye.
Opposed? This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is adjourned at 10:55.
Glad we don't start at 7:30.
I'm going to start.
You used to 25 years ago.
Let me move all my.
You got to sling some hash. Look at those.
I know, you had to finish up.
Let me grab all this. Nick,
Yeah, and then you're going to get writer's cramp here, girl.
Yeah.
Get the sign on the
Here
crap.
are public records tabs.
Write down your cell phone. So I can find it before the morning.
Public?
All right, so you can have this, but you have to use it.
Which part?
Yeah, what does that mean? No news about this. I mean, the news would have been when the planning board first approved this in December. Now we're waiting for it to get in front of the city council. There's been a change in the city manager, and we